very good evening to all the distinguished guests present here today to grace this event, and also to those who are joining online with us amidst the pandemic. On behalf of the President and the Council of PeMSA, I warmly welcome you all to this prestigious ceremony to celebrate the 15th International Medical Congress organized by the Academic Medical School Alumni Association under the theme of improving the bond between the students, alumni, and the PeMSA. Since its inception in 1992, the close relationship and the support extended to the faculty and the students by PeMSA is ever expanding. As we now hear the Canadian drums, the procession comprising the chief guest, guest of honor, Congress lecturer, other dignitaries, and the Council of PeMSA will be entering the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the ceremonial procession enters the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin this inauguration ceremony with glamour and distinction by the oldest alumni of a medical school in Sri Lanka, the PeMSA. To mark the initiation of the proceedings, I invite with great honor the following dignitaries to light the digital oil lamp, a blend of technology with the tradition. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Upul Di Sanayak. Our Chief Guest, Minister of Plantations, Honorable Dr. Ramesh Patirana. Our Guest of Honor, Director General of Health Services, Dr. Gunvardhan. Our Guest of Honor, State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals, Honorable Professor Chandani. The Congress lecturer for today, Dr. Vajirasena Ratna. The Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Professor Asiriyabe Gunvardhan. Our special invitees, Dr. Amal Hashadi Silva, the Secretary to the Ministry of Rural Areas Development, Promotion and Minor Economic Crop Cultivation. Professor Arjuna Alvihare and Professor Shanna Ratnatunga. President of PeMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto. Congress Chair, Dr. Sandhya Bandara. Immediate past President of PeMSA, Professor Ranjit Kumarasiri. President-elect, Professor Sara Udagamana. Treasurer, the Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Cultural and Religious Affairs, Honorable Deshabandhu, Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, Secretary of PeMSA, Dr. Vasana Kerida. Thank you, and please be seated. The hall will light up now. We will now stand with pride for the national anthem. We can never forget the eminent teachers who have rendered a dedicated service for the betterment of the faculty. May I now invite Dr. Devanidhi Sanayak to present the eulogies of the greatest teachers who have passed.
On this night when we celebrate our alumni, it is with deeper sorrow and great respect that we remember our teachers, our alumni, who passed away recently. We remember with immense pride, respect, and gratitude Professor Eugene Vikrama, Professor of Anatomy, lovingly referred to as Timmy, who never missed a single event of Pemsa until her demise. Dr. Gamini Budpitiya, eminent surgeon, former dean of our faculty, meticulous with every detail and fully committed. Dr. Neil Halpe, highly reputed consultant BOG, the chairperson of the Pemsa Congress held in year 2000. Professor Parakram Atauda, professor in biochemistry, a brilliant academic and an excellent researcher. And Dr. Tilak De Silva, eminent consultant BOG, a pioneer in establishing PEMSA. Let us observe 1 minute silence to express our respect and gratitude to our dear teachers, our alumni. Thank you.
May I now invite the following dignitaries to take their seats at the head table. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Mrs Di Sanayak. Our Chief Guest, Minister of Plantations, the Honorable Dr. Ramesh Patirana. The Guest of Honor, Director General of Health Services, Dr. Azela Gunvardhan. The Guest of Honor, State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulations of Pharmaceuticals, Honorable Professor Channa Jayasumana. Our Congress Lecturer, Consultant Clinical and Interventional Cardiologist, Dr. Vajira Senaratna. Our special invitee, Dr. Amal Harsha D. Silva, the Secretary to the Ministry of Rural Areas Development and Promotion of Mine Economic Crop Cultivation. President of PeMSAA, Professor Vasanti Pinto. Congress Chair, Dr. Sandhya Bandara. Secretary of PeMSAA, Dr. Vasana Kiridan. I invite the Assistant Secretary of PeMSAA, Dr. Niranjan Di Sanayak, to welcome you all to this grand evening.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasingha. Distinguished invitees, my dear teachers, fellow alumni of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, students, ladies and gentlemen. This year, we commemorate the 29th year of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. The main function of an alumni association is to create a bond between the current students, its teachers, and the alumni, so that alumni, wherever they are in the world, will feel at home when they return to their alma mater. And they will continue to support in spirit and as well as in resources to develop their alma mater. I think all of you, being alumni of this prestigious medical institution, would remember your first day in the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. The day that you walked along the Galha Junction and through the canopy of the trees. Probably, depending on the year, you would have been greeted with the soft petals coming through the breezes. And most of us remember that with fondness, even today, as it was yesterday. Our lives, our professional lives, commenced that day. We came with immense things in our heads to become a doctor. We had a lot of hope, and we came after a very cumbersome examination process. And our life was in front of us. And we met many friends there. We met life friends there. We made friends from our batches, junior batches, and senior batches. And some of us were lucky enough to have chosen the one who was more than a friend to share our lives with him or her. We were guided by our brilliant teachers. We were nurtured by them to become the best of what we did and what we do. Most of us, almost all of us, make Peradeniya University Faculty of Medicine proud. Some of us are brilliant clinicians, not only in Sri Lanka, but in overseas, helping people in maintaining their health. Some of us have joined the faculties as teachers and imparts their knowledge to others to fulfill their ambitions. Some are brilliant researchers with many, many publications and many, many citations. And some are administrators, policymakers, who helps to mold the health policies of Sri Lanka, not only Sri Lanka, but in the world, joining various institutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think words are not enough. If you look at the head table today, what I told just now is exemplified. You can see what I just described. Hence, it is my honor and great privilege to welcome to this 15th annual academic event of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Upulbi Di Sanayak. Thank you, sir, for being with us today and gracing this occasion and guiding us through immense hardships. Our Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Professor Asiri Abe Gunvardhan. Thank you, sir, and it is indeed a pleasure to have you with us today. Our chief guest for the evening, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, Honorable Minister of Plantation. Dr. Patirana, I think you would have gone back to your life at the faculty and you would have enjoyed meeting the our teachers. And in spite of your busy schedule as a cabinet minister as well as the cabinet spokesman, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Our guest of honor, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, the Director General of Health Services, who is helping us to decide the policy of health services in Sri Lanka, leading from the front. Professor Channa Jayasumana, the Honorable State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals. I think, if I'm not wrong, one of the youngest professors that we have in Sri Lanka. Thank you for being with us, in spite of your busy schedule. Dr. Vajrasena Ratna, Congress Lecturer for the year 2021, a brilliant interventional cardiologist whom we all admire and respect. And thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. And let me congratulate you on the deliverance of the Congress Lecture at the PeMSAA Academic event. Deshabandhu Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, who is also the Secretary of Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs. Professor Gunvardhan has been a strength and is still a strength to us at PeMSA and to our faculty. And you can see the immense amount of development that has happened in infrastructure in the faculty, and he was behind most of these developments. Dr. Amal Harsha Silva, State Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Areas Development and Minor Economic Crop Cultivation. Thank you, Dr. De Silva, for being with us in spite of your busy schedules. Peradeniya Medical Faculty cannot function without the support of the hospitals for their students' clinical training. Hence, we would warmly welcome the directors of the National Hospital Kandy, Teaching Hospital Peradeniya, Sirimau Bandaranaike Specialized Children's Hospital. And Pemsa would have not been successful if not for the past presidents that we had. They guided us, showed us the correct pathway that we should take on. And thanks to them, we have this glamorous event today. So we welcome all our past presidents with warmth in our hearts. The past Congress chairpersons, members of the council, members of the academic staff, and other invited distinguished individuals, ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the organizing committee and the council of the Peradeniya Medical Faculties Student Alumni Association, I would warmly welcome all of you. I'm sure that you will have a pleasant and an interesting evening with comradeness, togetherness, and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Numerous activities of PEMSA would not be possible without the support and the guidance extended by the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya. I am privileged to invite Professor Asiriyabe Gunvardhan to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Ramesh Patirana, our guests of honor, Honorable Minister Dr. Chanajaya Sumana, and Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, Director General of Health Services, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, guest lecturer today, Dr. Vajrasena Ratna, and special guest, Dr. Amal Harsha De Silva, President and the Council members of PEMSA, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the President of PEMSA and the Council members for organizing this magnificent event amidst all obstacles and challenges during the past few months, where it has been a challenge for not only for the PEMSA, but to the country as well as to the entire world. Since the inception of PEMSA in 1992, PEMSA has done many activities and many developments in the Faculty of Medicine to improve the facilities for the medical students and to the academic staff. However, what is surprising is, in spite of producing so many doctors from the Peradeniya Medical Faculty from 1961, I think we would have produced nearly 9,000 medical doctors by our faculty. But what I see is less than 1,000 medical students, 1,000 doctors are functioning with the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, which is very surprising. So there is something not right. That means we have not been able to address to the very sensitive areas of the medical students so that they do not join us. I mean, we are so proud about our alumni. I mean, you can see we have cabinet ministers, state ministers, secretaries of important ministries, Director General of Health Services. I mean, world over, we have so many of our alumni doing exceptionally well. So if we can get all our alumni into our society, then I think our medical faculty will be much stronger and much vibrant. So I'm sure our president had many plans to sort of see this through, but unfortunately the COVID epidemic stood in her way. So she could not do much of the activities that she planned to do. However, I believe the next president and the president to come will look into this and see that the PeMSA grows from strength to strength. So I'm extremely happy that despite all these obstacles, we have been able to bring this event to a successful event today, and I hope all of you all will enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With great pleasure and honor, I invite the Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, a patron of PeMSA, Professor Upul Di Sanayak, who has always been a strength to the faculty and its alumni, to share a few words with us.
Honorable Minister, Chief Guest, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, State Minister, Professor Chana Jayasumana, Director General, Health Services, Dr. Vajra Senaratna, Dr. Amal Harsha, and President of PeMSA, Professor Pinto, and all other dignitaries, Dean of the Faculty, members of the PeMSA, and all the extended other staff members of our hospitals, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for, I must welcome all of them as the Vice Chancellor of the University and patron of this Alumni Association to this very prestigious, very valuable occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I must appreciate the activities of PeMSA, especially not like, usually alumni get together, enjoy, and recall about memories, and leave, and comes in the next year. That's the usual way. But PeMSA, I must admire, appreciate their services. Of course, sometimes, Honorable Minister, they shoulder even the responsibilities of the government, even sometimes in developing things in the faculty. PeMSA comes forward to shoulder responsibilities what the government has to do. Therefore, my appreciation as the Vice Chancellor should go to them. And I hope in the future also they will collaborate and they will render their services to the development of the faculty, education, students, as well as infrastructure. At the same time, now we are in a very fortunate situation. I will tell you, about a couple of years back, also I had a very fortunate occasion where the President's Secretary was an alumni of Peradeniya. At that time, the Prime Minister's Secretary was from Peradeniya, as well as Treasury Secretary was also from Peradeniya about a couple of years back. And so I got so many things done because of they were from Peradeniya. Now, again, we are in a very comfortable position. Why? Because one of our alumni is a cabinet minister. Again, another alumni is a state minister. And director, DJ, also from Peradeniya. So how fortunate we are. I can't even imagine anything we can't do in this world. So having said that, now I must go for my shopping list. Honorable Minister, Honorable State Minister and the DG. So now, of course, now we are in the process of replacing our infrastructure with new facilities, new buildings, which is a very hindering project, but we are still moving forward gradually. We are in a desperate situation during last couple of years. Somehow it has reversed back to normal. Now we are in the process of constructing, number one. Number two, more than that, now the world is changing very fast. Everything become automated. So now the way that we lit the lamps, you would have experienced that. Now all the equipments in the medical faculty, when I visit those laboratories, I have found they are too old now. We don't have any sophisticated, as an example, now teaching histopathology, we don't have sophisticated things. Even now anatomy, there is something, an instrument called anatomy image table, where you will go and you electronically do the dissection. I have visited medical faculties in Korea, in Malaysia, and they all use these new equipments. So the issue is we are producing our doctors to the whole world, not only to Sri Lanka. And I'm sure that they are capable of competing with anyone, but we have to update these laboratories in the Faculty of Medicine, where we can, so I invite PeMSA to, and all other staff members get together and prepare a list of equipments which are essential for today's teaching, which are with all these developed equipments and instruments. And then you can submit the proposal. I think definitely they will help us to achieve that objective. If we provide this, Honorable Minister, I'm sure our staff is capable of giving world-class doctors where they can compete with anyone in the world. That guarantee I am sure I can give you all, but I expect from your part also the help for the faculty to replace all these, which is it is essential for the Faculty of Engineering as well, but we are trying to get all these new equipment for the Faculty of Engineering, because if we train our engineers with all these old equipment, of course they can't compete with the world. If our graduates are to be compete with the world, we have to do that. Now that is one of the main requirements. Nobody look into that. So having invited, I would like to invite all the PeMSA members as well as our staff members, please think of this, develop a protocol, develop a proposal and bring forward. We will try to get the help of all our alumni to fulfill this requirement. That is one of the most important things. You will realize once you go to, if you go to physiology laboratory, we have but you have trained, you have been trained, those equipment are still there, we are using. So that's why I wanted to highlight that, especially in this forum. Having said that, once again, appreciating the services of services rendered by the PeMSA. I'm not going to extend my speech more than that, and I would like to wish you, all of you, a very happy evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All of us would agree that PeMSA is a pillar of strength to the students of our faculty. I am proud to invite the President of PeMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto, who has worked tirelessly to enhance its services to the faculty and the membership of PeMSA. Please deliver some words, madam.
Thank you, Amila. Good evening, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Mrs Di Sanayak, the Dean, the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Gunvardhan, our Chief Guest tonight, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, the Honorable Minister of Plantation, the Guests of Honor, Dr. Gunvardhan, the Director General of Health Services, and Professor Chandani, the Honorable State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulations of Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Vajira Senaratna, our Congress Lecturer for the year 2021, Dr. Amal Harshidi Silva, Secretary of the State Ministry of Rural Area Development and Mine Economic Crop Cultivation, Deshabandhu Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Shashana, Religions and Cultural Affairs, Deputy Director Generals and Directors of National Hospitals, Kandy, Teaching Hospitals, Peradeniya and Sirimau Bandanaka Specialized Teaching Hospital, past presidents, past Congress chairpersons, members of the council, members of the academic staff, distinguished invitees, students, ladies and gentlemen. Since 1962, the Faculty of Medicine has produced very successful medical and clinical experts recognized highly in Sri Lanka and the rest of the world. Today, we boast of 29 years of history as an association. I consider it a special honor and privilege to have been of service to our beloved alma mater as the 14th president of PEMSA. The mission of my term was identified as improving the bond between alumni, the organization, and the students, while maintaining the vision and mission of PEMSA, of course. And I believe this has been successfully accomplished. The establishment of channels of cooperation and facilitates closer ties between the alumni, students, and the faculty, and thereby help to bring about student enrichment in all aspects of their undergraduate stay in our faculty. I also firmly believe that an alumnus is an effective and positive role model who is easily emulated by students. Their credibility and success that reflects on the faculty will inspire students to improve, to overcome barriers. This will help to strengthen confidence, improve motivation, and inculcate the right attitude in our students. I am very grateful to the membership for placing their trust in me as the president of this prestigious association, and I'm glad to have been able to render service and achieve success during a period of extreme challenges to health due to the ongoing pandemic. In this context, I'm grateful to my competent and enthusiastic council members who supported me to the maximum during my tenure and empowered me to fulfill my duties. I take this opportunity, therefore, to express my appreciation and gratitude for all the commendable work they have done during my tenure. Here onwards, I would like you to witness some highlights of our achievements during our tenure. First, we thought we should take some initiative to have new positions to the council as president-elect. So from this year onward, we have a president-elect. We can groom somebody for 2 years to do the services. And we realized that we have lack of social activities. Well, I would rather say a little less of social activities, and we improved that by having 2 social secretaries to our panel, and also to increase the number of council members up to 15. This will enlighten this beautiful, magnificent council of mine. We did a lot of educational activities. If I take you through what we did for the alumni, there were so many workshops we did for very specialized areas like trach and trauma, hands-on workshops, SPSS workshops, essentials in newborn care workshop, interactive case discussions, colonoscopy workshops, radiology workshops, and so on. And some of the captures from these workshops, the SPSS, and I would say, as you can see in the picture, Professor Tilak Jayalat was instrumental of organizing this. And the triage and trauma, again by our surgeons. And this important lecture, which was preparation for visiting the West, done by Dr. Krish Radhakrishna, President PEMSA UK, in one of his visits to Sri Lanka. And much interest was generated by the lecture that provided advice and guidance on postgraduate studies overseas. As you can see, it was attended by many postgraduates. And for our young alumni, because we realize we need young blood we need them to come back to the faculty. So we organize some educational events for the postgraduates and young alumni members by the help of our young alumni who just returned from UK or maybe some other country after their foreign training. And we think we started infusing young blood in this big tree. For undergraduate students, we continued the career guidance program which had been happening for the last couple of years in these 2 years too. And again, the PeMSA revision lecture series, which we have been doing for some time, again started in the era of Professor Tilak Jayalat when he was the president. And these revision lectures help the students to final year students to be confident prior to their final exam. And also we started this sponsoring the undergraduate research day. So they do research, but we gave them a forum to present that, and that has definitely may have inculcated some research interest in these young minds. And the career guidance programs was well attended. All those programs were well attended. As you can see, they enjoy the career guidance programs. Finally, one about the other, we try to tell them everybody's specialty is the best. So we try many, many ways to tell them that to do postgraduate studies. And just to give a little hand to the Dean Faculty of Medicine, whom he himself organized this contribution to the improvement of the educational standards of the faculty, resource persons from the University of Cambridge. And this very same hall, we had about 250 participants and had a very good discussion about how we should improve it to the international standard. And we are also resolute to strengthen the bonds between the other chapters of PeMSA in the world, like PeMSA UK and PeMSA Australia. And I had a personal visit to me and some of others had a personal visit to PeMSA branch UK with the objective of consolidating our relationship with our overseas members. And that encouraged them more to strengthen the PeMSA studentship, which was started by Madam Rathatunga in her tenure. And these chapters gave the reference papers and all these were finalized on that. And they also started with us to do the Professor Panboke Stethoscope Scholarship and Professor Panboke Studentship and PeMSA UK Studentship, which was more strengthened. And also from this year, they have started the Undergraduate Research Scholarship. You won't believe, I just passed the message 2 days ago on the cafeteria, and in one day we got 166 applicants for the PeMSA associate membership for that. So these are the stimulus for them. And also they started the postgraduate research scholarship, and this is the photograph when they were having this first research scholarship award for one of our postgraduates. And this is our PeMSA room, if you can remember, it's refurbished new in yellow color. And this beautiful garden, which we call Summit, these donations were collected by, I think, many alumni and involving the PeMSA as well. And there's a beautiful garden of us. I'm sure none of you all have seen this when you all were in the faculty, definitely. This is the faculty now. We have a beautiful garden, and I think the person who was behind this is here tonight in the audience, Professor Kapil Gunvardhan. As well as we gave this Magul Madua area. I'm sure he may have a reason to call this a Magul Madua, but it's an open dining area for students. It's a beautiful building. It's a replica of Magul Madua. And also this new one, the other commendable project completed recently is this beautiful building. As you walked into the faculty now, you see this building. And that is we call Nelum Pokuna, because route around there's the lotus Pokuna, and then the several alumni generously contributed. But I think the roof was done by the faculty, by the university, so thank you. And this is the fountains, and this is how it looked like in the night. When I just came to drop somebody in the night, this is how it was looking beautiful. So the renovation of the refurbishment of the canteen, if you can remember, this is not the canteen, I'm sure, DG sir, you may have not remembered the canteen this way. You may have seen a small canteen, but now it's more, it's wider, and also it's very nicely refurbished by kindly the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine was instrumental of this, and we could give him a hand by providing funds for the tabletops as well as the coloring. And I'm sure you remember it's 1974 batch contributed us with the tabletops. And also we requested more stable alumni from the economic perspectives to help to reduce the financial burden of underprivileged students, because more than you can imagine, they have a lot of problems. So we encourage a greater collection of funds, enabling the establishment of scholarships. And we have identified another 2 schemes, which we call Bursary Scheme, to start it from this year, and the foster parent system. There was one, we named it newly, in addition to the existing studentship schemes. And we managed to give these about 60 students for the last year, and this is just a capture of me meeting them. This newly introduced PeMSAA Bursary Scheme, we managed to give about 44 and 20 yet to go. And we give about 300 per month for a duration of 60 months, which needs to be repaid once they can earn. And it will, we are sure that it will strengthen the PeMSA studentship as well. And then this studentship fund is also improved, and many members involved to this. So you can just imagine each one of them was funded by one alumni. And also, we financially support to provide the students to participate in international sports events by sponsoring them, and for their overseas exchange programs. These kids are being selected for these programs, and they don't have funds sometimes, so we gave them a helping hand. The maintenance of a prudent membership has been a question for many years. That is why we had name our term in that the more to strengthen the bonds, because we realized the membership is at a state because there were less membership taking up. So to encourage the recruitment of new members, a special emphasis was given to launch programs for the membership drive. And one such was we started a very new web page, which was there for some time. We did it newly, and if you just get into whenever you have time, just go through, it's newly done. And also, we realized a lack of involvement with the organization could be strongly linked to the quality of relationship of the students to have the organization memberships later. And we started this preset membership by having a student chapter and associate membership. And today, we witnessed there were around 200 odd people quickly got the membership because we are grooming them to be a PeMSA alumni one day. And to improve the online community, we organized mini chapters for each batch with a representative to update the major events. And if we do it properly, we will be having a huge number of alumni with us. And as we very correctly said, the social programs were aimed to improve the networking. And we had our first annual trip to Trincomalee along with the beach cleaning program, which was designed and suggested by Dr. Udeni Di Sanayak. And I hope the pictures will come. These are our trip pictures from our trip. And as you can see, the beach cleaning. And to refine the soft skills with PeMSA, we organize a PeMSA Christmas Carol programs to the elders' home. And also it was with the partnership of KSM. And as you can see, they enjoyed, we enjoyed. And I have a little bit of a test to carry on there as well, whom to select the, as PeMSA President-elect, and Tushar is there, you can see. And for the fitness center, we organized a fitness center for the students and academic staff and handed over to the students and staff of the Faculty of Medicine. Again, I was checking Tushar for his endurance, whether him to be fit enough to be this position. And Tushar, you passed. And again, the sponsorships for books, they have multiple talents. You can never imagine the talents these youngsters have. So if you give a little bit of hand, you can do they can do wonders. So this, I still remember this child coming and telling me, I can write poems, but I have no way of publishing. And sure, Manoji helped me a lot to get his book out. And we were so nice to see. And now, almost every other month, we have a request for books. Surgical scrubs, because of the COVID, we realized we should have surgical scrubs, and this color was selected, I think, by Vasana to have a nice purple color, and this is our surgical scrubs for our students. It's written PeMSA. So they have, as well as the faculty, so they are tickling into their heart, that's a PeMSA. Right. As I told you, to improve the social activities, we had our PeMSA Eve program, because actually this was long ago. We planned to do this as an open air one inside the faculty, of course, with your permission, sir. But still with the COVID, we could not do that. But still we had it online, on a virtual platform, and PeMSAA, which was contributed by, as you can see, many people from UK, from Australia, and one from, I have put 3 countries here. And it was a beautiful event, and it was just before the Christmas we had this program. And to have the general public involved to this, this was also once we had, and we improved it more with the Ropani program on common health problem. And one person from my council, Dr. Eranga, was instrumental of organizing this Aibo Weva program. Eranga, I have been getting every other day calls about the success of this program. This was a highlight because we realized that we might not be able to do this for a while, these meetings and associating some of the other chapter work. So we organized this My Batch Our PeMSA program as a webinar series, and this was the catch. And it was very famous, and there were few webinars we planned and we could manage. And our sincere gratitude to all the coordinators and resource persons. And I think we had about 19 lectures with involvement of all the countries around the world, wherever we have our PeMSA members. And this was really very nice, beautiful events, very nice programs. And during the COVID also, we were not silent. As you can see, we planted trees because it's an empty faculty. We could still, when they are supposed to come, they should have seen nice trees. So we did that, and I think some of the captures were missing because we organized some online lectures and all. So these challenges were also somehow we went through. And during that time, the teaching mode was changed because it was moved into an online teaching. And we realized there were diverse requirements for students to meet these challenges. And we managed to navigate the requirements of students who had difficulty in adjusting to this system. And we managed to organize the financial help to buy computers and all these things. I'm sure Dr. Tilak Jayalat and some other people also got together and involved a lot of, Professor Ramesh Patirana all collected a lot of funds for this. And almost all the council members helped out for this. So we continued their teaching. So this, my tenure was made comfortable and successful by an excellent council we have. And especially by one person I must mention is my dear secretary working with me right throughout these 2 years, young, energetic, and beautiful, and elegant secretary of PeMSA, Dr. Vasana Kiridena. Thank you very much, Vasana. And this is Vasana. And unity. Unity was the strength of the association. And that was proved true again and again by this council. And also the advice of past presidents in terms of guidance and support offered was immense. And I'm sure this spirit will continue to flourish in the future as well. And I must thank, in this context, my gratitude should go to all the alumni for rallying together to provide for both our students and our alma mater. And on a personal note, I have to thank my family, my husband Vimal, and my 2 sons, Pavita and Senal, for bearing with me and supporting me throughout during my responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the wonderful tenor taking PeMSA to its greater heights, despite the obstacles brought about by the pandemic. We are indeed honored to have the Director General of Health Services, a proud alumnus, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, as one of our guests of honor today. He will now be introduced by Professor Vasanti Pinto, one of his own batchmates.
Thank you, Amila. Once again, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Di Sanayak, and the Dean Faculty of Medicine, our Chief Guest, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, the Honorable Minister of Plantation and Guest of Honor, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, Director General, and Professor Chanajaya Sumana, Honorable State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals, and the Congress lecturer of today, Dr. Vajirasena Ratna, Dr. Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, the Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Shashana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Dr. Amar Harshidi Silva, Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Area Development and Mine Economic Crop Cultivation, Deputy Director General and Directors, and ladies and gentlemen. As I voiced earlier, this year, our theme is to improve the strength and strengthen the bond between the alumni, the students, and the organization. In keeping up with the theme, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce the guest of honor today, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, the Director General of Health Services in Sri Lanka. Dr. Asela Gunvardhan entered the Faculty of Medicine Peradeniya from Badulla in the year 1985. After graduation from the faculty in 1992, he pursued postgraduate studies in medical administration and qualified in 2000. He has obtained MBA, PG Diploma, BS, MA, BS, and currently reading for his PhD. He also had special training in pharmaceuticals in Japan, hospital management in Singapore, project management in Malaysia, disaster management in Thailand, advanced trauma management in India, and CRBN training in Turkey, and many more. He has served as a director in many teaching and general hospitals before he was appointed as the DGHS. Many may not have known that he was also in the former council of Uva University. You didn't send it in your CV, which I knew. And as Amila said, he was my batchmate. It is indeed a rare opportunity where one has the privilege to introduce a batchmate as a chief personality in an event. And if I recall our student days, he was a very quiet person. Okay, I would request you to concentrate on this picture. This is the Peradeniya University hockey team. Can you recognize a medical student who was destined to achieve the highest position in the health ministry 3 decades later? 3 minutes Oski. Okay, yes, you're right. Not only did he play in this team, but this team actually ended up winning the inter-university hockey championship this year, isn't it? Yes. And even though he embraces a very high position in the healthcare system, he remains a simple, humble, and down-to-earth human being. He is well known for his very kind and caring nature. Even though he is very busy with his schedule, he has kindly accepted our invitation, and I'm so thankful to him. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, the Director General of Health Services in Sri Lanka.
Good evening, Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Upul Di Sanayak, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Professor Asela Gunvardhan, our Chief Guest, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, Honorable Minister of Plantation, and our Guest of Honor, Honorable Professor Chandani, State Minister for Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals. Deshapandhu Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Religious Affairs and Cultural Affairs. Dr. Amar Halfsari Silva, State Ministry, Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Areas Development and Minor Economics Crop Cultivation. Dr. Vajrasena Ratna, Consultant Cardiologist, the Congress Lecturer, and all Deputy Director Generals present and past, and all Directors of the hospitals, National Hospital Kandy, Sirimau, Peradeniya, and all the other hospitals, past Presidents, past Congress Chairpersons, Professor Vasanti Pinto, President of Pemsa, and brilliant batchmate of mine, and all the council members, members of the academic staff, and beloved my teachers, distinguished invitees, students, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my small speech, I think I should confess here, as the Director General of Health Service, I am standing here because the teaching and the training, I got it from Peradeniya Medical Faculty. That is my main backbone to achieve this position. So I am very proud to be here in front of you as the Director General, which produced by the Peradeniya Medical Faculty. So first of all, I would thank abundantly to invite me for this occasion and everyone here for warm welcome extended for me. Being invited to one's alma mater is one of the high points in any person's life. As an alumnus of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, I am indeed honored to be here with you all today as the guest of honor. I want to congratulate the Pemsa for organizing this event to commemorate the 15th International Conference. It is really a pleasure to be here and to reconnect with the faculty this way. It is great to see so many familiar faces of my batchmates, senior batchmates, junior batchmates, and everyone. Hopefully, as the evening goes on, I will get to meet more of you. Today on my way here, I just passed our spectacular and magnificent Faculty of Medicine, as well as the unmatched University of Peradeniya. I will say it is again unmatched University of Peradeniya. I have traveled so many countries in this world, but I have never seen a faculty and a university like this. It brings unforgettable memories of the good times we had here as students. Dear Vasanti, your introduction made me more touched with those beautiful memories. We all entered 84, 85 batch, and we passed out in 1992. So we spent nearly more than 9 years in the faculty. So the new students might be wondering what we are doing, maybe failing and staying and passing the exam in the grace chance. No. So we had a lot of problems from the day we entered and until we passed out. And we lost 3 years completely from 87 to 90 due to the turmoil they had in that country during this period. So we had a lot of memories, which are most of the good, maybe very painful memories also. And only if I am going to describe all the memories, I will take all the time of this evening. On the very first day, we were sent to Hildau Base Sector Hall as the first years for accommodation. And we thought that Hilda is accommodated only by freshers. That means at that time we are first year, so they told us freshers. So in the morning, myself and my roommate went to the canteen to have the breakfast. You know, we had a very typical breakfast at that time, the bread and dal curry. So both of us took the breakfast and we went to a table. And in the table in front of us, there was a senior person is eating. So we sat in front of him and he asked, "From where are you?" So we said, both of us said, from where are we? And from which faculty? We said, from medical faculty. Sooner then he asked, "Do you know what is dehydration?" So we were wondering what is now going on, and we were just landed at the Peradeniya. And so we said, "Singaling api go vigilant." Have you experienced? We said, no. So go to the tap and wash your face and come back. So then we are going to the tap and washing and face and coming back to the place where we are eating. And sooner we are coming again, our face getting dried up. So again he said, oh, now you are getting dehydrating, so again go. So until he finishes his breakfast, we couldn't eat our breakfast. So this type of memorable stories are there. Actually, he is very senior batchmate, and his batchmates also here. I don't want to mention the names and all those things. But the time spent actually in the Peradeniya faculty and the medical faculty and the university, we had memorable occasions. And as Vasanti mentioned, I have done all the sports. I got the colors from the hockey, except rugby because I am not a person to do rugby, and all the other sports I have done. And we spend all the time, we have to study, but we spend almost all our time. We went to the PeMSAA and everywhere we enjoy our life in this university, because this is our memory and we cannot get it. So the students are here. I think you should also enjoy your life during stay at Peradeniya, because you will never ever get that. The very building and pathways within the faculty are full of memories from a long time ago and come alive to me right now. Then life then was without many conveniences that students enjoy today. We were much earlier to the digital age and revolution, and thus learning was purely book-based without access to digital platforms. Nevertheless, we were able to gain pleasure by reading textbooks and listening to the lectures and gaining the fundamental rudiments of medicine. I believe all of us here, to a greater and lesser extent, have a role to play on behalf of our noble faculty regarding her development. And it is with the sense of purpose that I mark my presence back at the faculty with credible achievement and the determination to contribute to it. In what way I can show that budding doctors of the new generation that pass out of its portal will be benefited. I personally think this is the correct mindset of all alumni must have. I think Prof has given a shopping list for us, so I will try my level best to provide whatever the things possible as the Director General of Health Service from that list. Being here today give me a unique vantage position to view PEMSA from an enlightened perspective and be appraised on the productive and tireless work done by this association to groom the new generation of doctors to be sharp clinicians with medical competence and empathy. Also, I am touched by your theme of strengthening the bonds between alumni and students to the faculty and the PEMSA. At this same juncture, and the continuing this trend of thought, let me encourage all alumni of our faculty to contribute to this association compassionately, as their much valued support is necessary for them to make our faculty grow broader and bigger horizons. Organizing an event like this, particularly during this difficult time to health, and it is no easy task to manage, and the due credit should be bestowed upon the efficient council with the president for adhering to the health guidelines and doing their maximum possible within the permissible limit. Thank you most sincerely again for affording me this privilege, occasion, and the opportunity to join you in our annual gathering, and indeed a great honor as an alumni to come on an occasion like this and witness the growth and expansion of the faculty, which is dear and near to my heart. I wish you all the very best and a very pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, a token of appreciation will be handed over by the President of PeMSAA, Professor Vasanti Pinto. We are honored to have with us as our guest of honor, the State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals, yet another proud alumnus, Honorable Professor Channa Jayasumana. He will now be introduced by Professor Manoj Patirana.
Thank you, Amila. The President and the Council of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, distinguished invitees of the head table, past presidents, ladies and gentlemen. Channa Sudat Jayasumana obtained his MBBS degree from University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka in 2007. During his undergraduate period, he was an active member of the batch and worked towards elimination of ragging from the university system. He reactivated Medical Faculty Buddhist Brotherhood in 2001 as the president and organized regular Buddhist programs in the faculty with the leadership of late Professor Malkanthi Chandrasekara. Further, he was instrumental in establishment of Budumadura near the dissecting room at the Faculty of Medicine and the construction of Big Vesak Lantern at Galaha Junction. Further, he was the convener of Sarasavi Sanwada Kendra. Then he joined the Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Medicine, Rajarata University as a probationary lecturer in the year 2007. He obtained his PhD for the study titled Toxicological Aspect of Sri Lankan Agricultural Nephropathy from Rajarata University with a foreign training component at California State University, Long Beach. Professor Jayasumana was the head of the Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Medicine, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka for 6 years since 2014. His unique achievement based on the seminal work done on epidemic chronic kidney diseases highly prevalent in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. He is not only did research on the above subject, but also based on his findings, lobbied and effectively changed and implemented several policies and welfare activities that made significant changes in the survival of kidney patients and people who are at risk. He has over 65 research publications, 29 papers in indexed international journals with H-index of 17 and 1,600 citations. He has been the invited speaker for more than 15 international scientific fora, including ISN World Congress of Nephrology. Dr. Jayasumana became the youngest medical professor in the country in the year 2016 at the age of 36. Further, he is an author of 2 chapters in Oxford Textbook of Medicine and Oxford Textbook of Clinical Nephrology. Professor Jayasumana is the only South Asian who won the AAAS Award for Scientific Freedom and Responsibility offered by American Association of the Advancement of Science. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. Channa Jayasumana entered the Parliament of Sri Lanka after securing 134,000 preferential votes from Anuradhapura district in the election held on August 2020 and became the State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals in the Ministry of Health. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and privileged to present Professor Channa Sudat Jayasumana as a guest of honors of the 15th International Medical Congress of PeMSA.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Cabinet Minister for Plantation and my senior colleague, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, Madam Patirana, Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Development, Dr. Amal Harshe, Director General of Health, Dr. Asil Gunvardhan, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Dean Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, President of the PeMSA and the Council, today's guest lecturer, Consultant Cardiologist, Dr. Vajrasena Ratna, my dear teachers and colleagues. A man will have the most beautiful periods of his life that he would cherish and be nostalgic. The life in university is absolutely one of such remarkable time. Out of all, I was extremely privileged to be a human who could get nourished and molded into who I am today, beneath the shadows of Mother Peradeniya University. As a tiny man who stepped into Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya on 2001, addressing to you as the guest of honor in this distinguished forum is an utmost honor. I would like to thank everyone who gave me this opportunity. I still cherish the aesthetic beauty which fashioned Peradeniya University. The university is like a part of my life that has taken my academic life in a new direction. The free man who took small steps to Peradeniya Medical Faculty with a dream of becoming a doctor ultimately became the youngest medical professor of the country. I would be failing if I did not mention the support and guidance I record from the honorable teachers who created the man who I am today. It is not only the medicine I learned there. It was in this era that my stamina and mettle in various aspects were sharpened. While becoming familiar with the most difficult curriculum of MBBS, we were encouraged to do so many extracurricular activities. We had to take the lead in several student struggles. We created new student movements, devoting students who were in a lost path. On the platforms we created, we established nationalistic ideologies within the university. We were able to terminate the physical ragging which had been there since the inception of Peradeniya Medical Faculty in early 1960s. It was not a smooth sailing for us. The challenges were countless, which we won one by one victoriously. I have written this story concisely in my book of Wakugadu Sarana. It was during this struggle that I successfully gained access to the national politics too. I was able to reach a topmost position in education sector in a considerably short period of time, and simultaneously I have come in a satisfactory way in politics too. It was not an easy decision for an academic to directly enter into politics in a country like Sri Lanka. I am well aware of the criticism raised by different parties. However, I am now immune to the lies and other falsehoods propagated by social media. I would like to assume that those present here have not fallen victims to such foreign-funded anti-propaganda. I believe that I honor the sentiment of the people who voted for me by performing my duties with honesty and integrity. During the last 7 months in my tenure as State Minister, my team and I have been able to stop the importation of dozens of substandard pharmaceuticals from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In addition, we have saved more than 5 billion Sri Lankan rupees. This was done by cancelling unnecessary local purchasing and regularizing the procurement procedures. You will receive locally produced normal saline and other intravenous solutions, essential drugs such as insulin, cephalosporins, anti-cancer products including various MABs, as well as orthopedic implants and intraocular lenses within the next 36 months. Concurrently, I am happy to announce that the State Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Corporation is launching a new medicine every month that was not previously produced locally. The next drug to be launched will be tramadol. The recent changes in National Medicines Regulation Authority will lead to break the mono and oligopoly of the few traders in the government tender processes. Peradeniya has been the shadow of my entire journey to where I am today, and it will remain so in the rest of my journey determined for the future. Thanks to Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association for making it possible to commemorate that beautiful past. It is a matter of pride and pleasure for us to see the outstanding excellence of the medical faculty in Peradeniya, both in the medical and non-medical fields. Vice Chancellor, you mentioned that there are certain requirements at Peradeniya Medical School. If you list out those things and communicate with us, I hope Honorable Minister and Director General of Health, you all can discuss and do the justice for your requirements and requests. Thank you very much. Let the Peradeniya medical faculty flourish. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, a token of appreciation will be handed over by the President of PEMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto. We have with us today a special invitee, Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva, another distinguished alumnus of Peradeniya. He will now be introduced by Dr. Sandhya Bandara.
President and Council of Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, distinguished invitees and guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored and privileged to introduce Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva, Secretary of the Ministry of Backward Rural Area Development, Promotion of Domestic Animal Husbandry and Minor Economic Crop Cultivation. Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva entered the faculty from Dharmashoka Vidyalaya, Ambalangoda in year 1979 and earned his MBBS degree with second-class honors in 1985. As he had extraordinary skills and enthusiasm in anatomy dissections, many expected his destination to be a highly skilled surgeon. Unexpectedly, he chose medical administration as a career and earned MSc and MD in medical administration with merit pass from Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Furthermore, he obtained Masters in Health Policy Planning and Financing from prestigious London School of Economics and a Diploma in Tropical Medicine and Hygiene from University of London. He has over 25 years of experience in top healthcare management positions in the health sector, being directors of teaching hospitals, Provincial Director, Western Province, first ever Director for Private Health Sector Development, Additional Secretary of Health, and first ever Secretary to the Ministry of Primary Health Care, Epidemics and COVID Disease Control. He is a clever manager who has been shining all posts he undertook and not merely shining due to the post. He has been a forerunner in health policy, touching many lives at different levels of the health system, making faculty proud. On a personal note, he is a great friend in all seasons of all medical professionals, especially to our faculty alumni. Beside all, he is a past national champion of cycling and president of the Veteran Cycling Association. Let me present this unique personality who is a pathfinder and who has brought strength to our faculty. Now, may I cordially invite the president of Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, Professor Vasanti Pinto, to deliver a token of appreciation for the enormous service he has rendered to the health sector in our country.
Yeah, thank you very much. President, PeMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto, my dear colleague, Dr. Sandhya Bandara, and the council, past presidents, and the chief guest tonight, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, who is the Minister of Plantation, and who is bringing a lot of pride to our university. Then Professor Chandani, who is changing the way we handle medicines in Sri Lanka today. Then our Director General of Health Services, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, who has changed the post of Director General, and he will do so in time to come. Then our Vice Chancellor of the University, the vibrant Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs Manil Di Sanayak, and the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Asiri Gunvardhan, and the orator tonight, my dear friend, Dr. Vajira Senratna and his wife, Jeevani, and all my teachers, including Professor Aluvihare, and then Professor Chester Ratnatunga, Professor Nimal Siranayaka, and all the distinguished teachers who are here. And sorry that I'm not mentioning everybody's name, but I think we are all indebted to you for who we are today. Now, also I would like to recognize Professor Kapil Gunvardhan is our dear colleague who is a part of the pillars of strength to PEMSA, and all the colleagues who are here today. And it gives me great pleasure and a privilege, I consider it a privilege to be in front of you today, coming home. And it's always indeed a pleasure coming home. Whenever I pass the Peradeniya, I used to just have a casual drive through the Peradeniya University, and that has been my habit. And my wife also supports me, and whatever the time of the day, and she also remembers we are passing Peradeniya. And though she is from Colombo University, she always respects Peradeniya as a real university. And I always tease her, saying that the Colombo is a school and Peradeniya is a university, where you give the knowledge, universal knowledge to the students. And I have been ever privileged to be associating not only medical professionals, but also from other walks of life, engineering, science faculty, agriculture, and I have been able to live in the Akbar Hall, which is a very rare occasion for a medical student to be. And therefore, I have been able to mix up with a lot of people in the university. And I must say that I feel proud whenever I go abroad that, we are being, I meet a guy who is from Peradeniya and who is doing extremely well in life. And we justifiably are made proud when we meet such people. And I think today, we have a galaxy of audience here today, including our cabinet minister, who is the government spokesman, who is here, and then also Professor Chandani, who is very, very close. Both of them are very close to His Excellency the President. And therefore, this is a time that many things could be done outside the box. And I think all of you, putting your heads together, we can make a difference. And when I was listening to Professor Pinto, I think she has to be commended. Commended in all sense. If you give some, recognition for an unrecognizable thing, it becomes an insult. But I think she should be recognized because she had done enormous amount of work within this 1 year. And I heard from different quarters that he had been struggling and doing a lot of things for the faculty. And shall we all put our hands together for Professor Vasanti Pinto and the Council for doing so. Now, there are many colleagues who are here, including Dr. Ananda Gunasekara, who has been a very senior health administrator, and then also many health administrators who are here. And I think Peradeniya administrators, we see a quite a difference in the administration, because when we walk into an institution after doing something for about 20, 25 years, you know whether this place is well managed or not. I can walk into an institution today and then tell whether this graduate is from Peradeniya or not, because the institutions are very well managed by most of the Peradeniya graduates. And that is because we mix up with all the people in the faculties in every day on a daily basis. Therefore, I think, that fact I must recognize. Then also, we have a lot of opportunity in networking and doing something today a little bit better tomorrow. That's a Japanese Kaizen approach, a little bit of management. What we do today a little bit better tomorrow, what we do tomorrow a little bit better day after tomorrow. And the continuous quality improvement is the order of the day. And therefore, I think if we put our heads together as a team, I think we can do many things for PEMSA and also for the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. Now, I think we got to strive for excellence. Not that we have not tried for excellence, but I think we got to do more to make our faculty the best under the sun, even a little bit above the sun, if possible. Because we have so many people to support us if we ask for support. And I think right now, Professor Chandani Jayasumana said, I think Professor Dr. Ramesh Patirana also will agree with me, because nothing that we cannot do for our alma mater. And whenever we pass through, whenever we do things, we always think whether are we making our university proud or not. That's a question fundamental question that we ask ourselves before we making any great decision. Therefore, I want to thank everybody who has invited me for this August gathering, and it gives me a singular honor to be with you. And I think, Vasanti, thank you very much, and thank you, the Council, and hope that you will go from strength to strength in time to come, and then we are there all the time to support you whatever the way we could. And I think, our aim should be to improve the people's living conditions in Sri Lanka in a great way. Because we are in positions today, we have got the free education. Now it's a matter of making somebody else's life a little better on a daily basis. I think 9,000 graduates have passed out. Each one must be seeing about 50 to 100 patients a day. You can imagine the amount of lives that our university has touched. It's enormous. I think if we put our heads together, we can do much more in time to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the first time, PEMSA has decided on a special felicitation for 2 distinguished alumni in recognition of their outstanding contribution to uplift the faculty and PEMSA, and also for bringing the honor to the faculty by being recognized as special people, both nationally and internationally. Our first felicitation is for Dr. Palita Abekon, and the citation will be read by Professor Lakshman Karalliyathe.
Good evening to everyone. And Madam President, and I'm sure the whole audience by now know who the distinguished guests are by name and by title, and I don't think a repetition is necessary. Nevertheless, I would like to acknowledge the presence of 2 or 3 of my close, I won't call them students, friends now, right? The Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, and of course Kapil and many others. And often one may wonder what my credentials are for reading the citation for Palitha Beko. I would say the only credential is that I have known him for 60 years. I don't think many of you all have known him for that long. Palitha Beko from Boyavalana Kapitivalana of what was and may be still known as Hatkolde, was a center for creative Sinhala literature in the past. For 60 years, I have witnessed the development and progression of Palitha nationally and internationally. I would follow, or rather, what was taught to me, and maybe not a tradition in Sri Lanka, that a citation should not be an extended CV or a list of educational achievements and appointments, awards or posts, or job descriptions revealing a person who was paid to do a job. Therefore, may I say that my citation will be unusual in a manner, but may I reassure you, the whole audience, that I will not take more than 500 words so that you will be relieved soon. Along with late Dr. W.D.H. Ferra, Joel Fernando, and a few others who have faded from my memory, birth of PeMSA took place in Colombo in 1992, when Palitha presented the first draft constitution in that year. This was when the oldest medical school from which I graduated had not even dreamt of an alumni association. So, in several ways, Peradeniya had a different mindset, because I had the pleasure and privilege, of course, of studying in Colombo, but I saw the development of Peradeniya from its very beginning, due to the good fortune of working at Kandy Hospital from 1965 till 1969 or 70, and later on, I have seen the development of the faculty, and I was fortunate enough to be on the staff of the Faculty of Medicine at Peradeniya for maybe 15 years. The dominant characteristic of Palitha was his loyalty and strong bonds to the departments, institutions, and his village of origin. Beginning with the medical education unit, again a pioneering unit in this country. The unit gelled the academia of the faculty at a time when diverse opinions existed amongst the staff. It became a center for productive activity, producing documentaries, and which I think Nimal Sennaika will recall, will develop even films and little clips on topics of public health, like tetanus in that unit. So from that beginning in the medical education unit, we all felt that he was also considerably influenced by some novel approaches to education and functioning as a medical professional imparted by the faculty. For example, the Hindagala project, a community project which was most unusual at that time. Subsequently, he worked extensively on aspects of medical education in Nepal, Bhutan, Indonesia, Myanmar, and India. But he never distanced himself from the Peradeniya faculty nor from the medical education unit, where he supported in diverse ways activities within the unit. And importantly, a unique aspect which I have not seen amongst many is that he recognized and rewarded work of every member of the staff of the medical education unit at that time, even that of the lowest grade, a commendable humane activity. As far as his other aspects, was his intimate association with the people of his village and the temple. He organized health camps, and I believe there is no one with a remediable visual defect within his district in the village, because he managed and he conducted health camps and eye clinics and various other diverse activities. So was it with nutritional deficiencies, infestations, and he facilitated vaccination programs. This was enviable, for he sat firmly and comfortably on his village bench, while many of us who had similar beginnings began to distance or became further and further from our villages, moving to the cities, and now, as far as I am concerned, fallen between two stools, being neither urban nor rural. And for Parita, visiting his village from whichever part of the world it was of prime importance, and also looking to the needs of the people there. He set an example to me, and we often obsessed with individual or materialistic advancement. We fail to recognize amongst us close people talk of near and dear as institutions, villages, or communities, of those who lack opportunities and facilities to improve their health, their education, and obviously be provided with opportunities. I was very pleased, Madam President and the guests of honor, for your pledges to support the old institution. This is a noble quality, appreciable quality, because after all in life, there is a payback time. And we all have to do our bit. Some have the opportunity, some have the position, some have the finances and the resources. But it's important to realize that it should not be done as a thing that is seeking recognition or adulation. It should be done with the motive of providing and opportunity that you all had to develop and progress in the respective professions. As for me, I enjoyed very much my period as a teacher at Peradeniya, and I made some very good friends, and it's with a great sense of pleasure and pride that I participate in the felicitation of Palitha, a merited felicitation. And may I wish all of you all a good evening and a good new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, a message from Dr. Palitha Abukon will be read by Dr. Vasana Kiridana in his absence.
Thank you. Message by Dr. Palitha Abukon. It is with a deep sense of gratitude and humility that I send my greetings and this short message to the 15th International Medical Congress of our beloved PEMSA. I sincerely thank the President, Professor Vasanti Pinto, and her Council for bestowing on me the honor of being felicitated at this event. To be recognized by your own peers and younger colleagues of your alma mater is undoubtedly one of the happiest occasions in one's professional life, especially when one has advanced well past the proverbial 70. I deeply regret that I could not join the PEMSA family in person for this event due to current circumstances somewhat beyond my control. There are 3 institutions in my life that I hold dear to my heart. I am beholden to and from which I often draw never-ending inspiration. The high school that gave me an instinctive sense of right and wrong in addition to a value-based education. The Peradeniya Medical School that made me a health professional and helped to launch my professional career. And thirdly, the World Health Organization that granted me the platform and the opportunities to make a miniature contribution to health development at regional and global levels. Of course, the last mentioned also continues to place food on my table for my family. Like all of you, some of the happiest and most cherished memories of my life are those we have experienced during the Peradeniya student days. Being the pioneering batch that entered a totally new learning and living environment in a residential university, and being the first ever medical students at the university, we were nervous and to a certain degree uncertain of our path ahead. Our first batch, therefore, became very close and bonded very well with each other. And in this way, we could enjoy the newfound freedom and the intellectually stimulating life in the university, and also weather the occasional inconvenience of campus and hall life. These close bonds and friendships have endured decades of time and thousands of miles, and it is amazing that after all these years, those of our batch who are still around and instinctively feel the same sense of fraternity and affection towards one another. The great blessing we had was the wonderful group of teachers that came up to Peradeniya who made us feel welcome and completely at home. I will not mention any names because each in his or her own unique way contributed generously and selflessly to create the Peradeniya brand. They set about creating a completely new culture in our medical school, collegial relationships, innovative teaching and learning styles, engaging with the community and conscious of the obligations accompanying our privileged position in society. In fact, the Kandy Society of Medicine was a creation pioneered by the teachers of Peradeniya Medical School aimed at professional development. I like to believe that these early traditions have endured the test of time, and even now these continue to be some of the distinguishing values of our medical school and its graduates. I feel it would be right to say that Professor Channa Ratnatunga, who has become a legend in his lifetime, and perhaps the only alumnus of the pioneering batch still in Peradeniya, is an embodiment of what Peradeniya set out to achieve. I am privileged to count myself as one of the founders of PEMSA, and I like to remember the invaluable and untiring role played by late Dr. W.D.H. Pereira, Dr. Joel Fernando of our batch in this regard. In fact, we pride in the fact that ours was the first medical alumni association in the country, and the COMSA is of relatively recent origin. It was also heartening to see how the succeeding generations of our alumni fostered and nurtured the PEMSA over nearly 4 decades to bring it to its present vibrant, preeminent position among alumni associations. Congratulations are also in order to our international alumni who have established PEMSA branches around the world, contributing immensely to the well-being of our alma mater while enriching the academic and social lives of members. I always have maintained that you can take a Peradeniya graduate out of Peradeniya or Sri Lanka, but you can never take Peradeniya out of him, for this is home. Once again, let me thank Professor Vasanti and her dedicated council of PEMSA for this honor and wish the PEMSA long years of unriddled success. With a team such as you have here, there is no reason at all, none whatsoever, why Peradeniya Medical School and PEMSA should not continue to be the top institutions in medical education in the country for decades to come. Let me wish the 15th International Medical Congress all success. Palita Abekon. Thank you.
May I now invite Dr. Ramesh Patirana to hand over the token of appreciation, and I invite Dr. Vasana Kiridana to accept it in his absence. The next felicitation is for Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, and the citation will be read by Dr. Sandhya Bandara.
The President and Council of Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, distinguished invitees and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Garu Nayaka Hitihamilage Kapila Kumara Gunvardhana was born in 6 January 1955 and received the MBBS degree with second class honors in 1981 from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya with an island rank of 13. He has done his internship at Professorial Medical Unit and Professorial Gynae and Obstetric Unit at Teaching Hospital Peradeniya. During his post-internship, he worked as a DMO for 1 year and decided to specialize in obstetric and gynecology field, which was a dream since his childhood. He obtained MS Gynecology and Obstetric in 1987 from the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He received the MRCOG in 1990 during his overseas training at Wrexham Miller Hospital, United Kingdom, under Mr. J.D. Hamlet, and FRCOG in 2014 from the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, United Kingdom. Once he returned to Sri Lanka in 1991, after his overseas training, he was appointed to General Hospital Anuradhapura as consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thereafter, he served in many parts of the country, including General Hospital Batticaloa, Ratnapura, Matale, National Hospital Kandy, and Teaching Hospital Peradeniya. He joined the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, as a chair professor in 2015. As an academic, he is involved in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and serves as an examiner for the final MBBS in almost all medical faculties in Sri Lanka. He is a postgraduate examiner in his specialty at the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine of the University of Colombo and served as the chairman of the Board of Study in Obstetrics and Gynecology at PGIM till 2020. He is known for his fair and impartial objectivity as an examiner. As a postgraduate trainer, he is one of the most sought after in his field of expertise. Although many say that working with him is grueling, it is known to be pleasurable too, as he ensures that all who apprentice with him learn from basics onwards to the upper echelons of expertise. His hands-on skills with laparoscope is excellent, and patient management leaves nothing to be desired. All in all, he possesses the qualities of an ideal role model for a doctor to emulate. Beyond his academic work, he is instrumental in development of infrastructure facilities, not only in the university, but also in the hospital for the benefit of all stakeholders. As the chairman of the infrastructure committee, he has given his maximum strength to improve the facilities of the faculty, while instrumental in construction of the recreational areas such as Summit, Magul Madua, Medical Students Canteen at Teaching Hospital Peradeniya, Nelum Pokuna, and Lata Mandapaya, by using his own money and finding donors. He has drawn up plans for the faculty hub and has raised 10 million rupees so far for this project. He also was instrumental in establishing the consultant lounge in Teaching Hospital Peradeniya. Further, he was able to establish PeMSAA Bursary Scheme for the needy medical students, where he was able to award over 60 bursaries during year 2020. He was the chairperson of Scholarship Committee, Faculty LMBC Workshop, and the Canteen Committee. He is a former president of the Sri Lanka College of Obstetrician and Gynecologist and a council member. As a council member, he pioneered and spearheaded the construction of SLCOG House. As the chairman of the academic activities, he pioneered to conduct 9 safe motherhood programs in all 9 provinces to achieve zero maternal mortality. As a researcher, he has a number of research publications and won the Best Paper Award in many occasions. He was honored with International Award of Young Gynecologist in 1993 in Manila, Philippines, by the Asia Oceanic Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology. He also authored few books in his specialty, which is widely used among medical profession. As a volunteer, Professor Gunvardhan has contributed to voluntary and humanitarian work both during the war and the 2004 tsunami. He worked as a medical officer in Elephant Pass during Operation Balavege 1 and 2 for the liberation of Elephant Pass with the late Lieutenant General Tensil Kobak Hadur. As a social worker, he has involved in a number of development projects of Buddhist temples, especially in the North and East province of Sri Lanka. He is the only obstetrician who was awarded the prestigious Desha Bandhu by Her Excellency, the President of Sri Lanka, in November 2005, in recognition of the service rendered to the nation. He was honored as the most outstanding personnel in the health sector for his contributions to health sector and to society by the International Association of Lion Clubs in April 2017. At present, he is serving as a secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Sasanam, Religious and Cultural Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and privileged to present Professor Kapil Gunvardhan for felicitation as a special guest by the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. I would like to cordially invite Dr. Ramesh Patirana, the Honorable Minister of Plantation, to present the award. Thank you.
Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, sir, I respectfully invite you to speak a few words.
Professor Vasanti Pinto, Madam President, the Vice Chancellor Mrs Manil Di Sanayak, Professor Abhay Gunvardhan, the Dean Faculty of Medicine, the Honorable Minister Ramesh Patirana, the Honorable State Minister Professor Chandani, State Secretary Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva, the Director General of Health Services Dr. Asil Gunvardhan, my friend orator tonight Dr. Senaratna, members of the Council, past presidents, my dear teachers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to be with you tonight. Madam President, members of the Council, thank you very much for awarding me this prestigious award. Madam President, this award does not belong to me. I am only the custodian of it. And the ownership of this rightfully belongs to my late parents, to my family, to all my teachers, my friends, colleagues, students, and my critics who drove me to become what I am today. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only 3 points to drive at. That's it, no big deal. First point, how do you explain why some people are able to achieve things that seems impossible? It is all about your infinite potential. I want you to know we are born with infinite potential, but unfortunately, less than 25% of people achieve it in total. You need to work hard and you need to believe in you to unleash your infinite potential. I believe I am fortunate to be within that 25%. The PEMSA is very special to me, having had a very long association with PEMSA and having held several positions in the council of this association under several presidents over the past 10 years. I must thank Professor Ananda Jayasinghe for trusting me and giving me the responsibility of his Congress chairperson, and also Professor Ranjit Kumar Siri, my batchmate and my group mate, for trusting me as an advisor and a council member of his council. Under their able leadership, we managed to save 10 million rupees for the proposed faculty hub. I must also thank Professor Kumar Siri for supporting me to complete the leisure garden called Summit for our students. Special thanks should go to the incumbent president of the PEMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto, for entrusting me the duties of being her treasurer of the present council. During her tenure, under her guidance, we managed to provide highest of an even higher number of scholarships to our needy students. And also we managed to establish Professor Panabokka Memorial Studentship and the Stethoscope Fund with the help of PEMSA UK under the leadership of another batchmate of mine, Dr. Radhakrishnan. I must also thank Professor Pinto for guiding me to build the waiting hall called Magul Madua, a beautiful study room for students and a mini gymnasium for students and the staff. I am so grateful to Professor Pinto, Professor Abhay Gunvardhan, the Dean Faculty of Medicine, and Professor Manoj Patrike for supporting me to establish the student canteen in Teaching Hospital Peradeniya, which was a long overdue project. Further, I would like to thank them for giving me the support and the free hand to design and build a leisure arena called Nelumpokuna and Lata Mandapya, which has become the most visually attractive place in the faculty. I must take this opportunity to thank Professor Manoj Patrike for taking over my responsibilities since my new appointment. My second point is volunteering, and it matters. Volunteering for most people means setting aside some time to help others free of charge. At present, where time equates to money, it is easy for people to ignore volunteering opportunities. It is a waste of time and money for such people. Having said that, we are a proud nation of people who care for and look out for each other. Madam President, volunteering is contagious. Once you start, you want to do more and more. Volunteering is a great way to impact our society and be the positive change you want in the world. With that in mind, as alumni, volunteer to help our needy students and to our alma mater is not a waste. It is an investment for better tomorrow. My third point is about Dhamma, which is summed up in Dhammo have rakkati Dhammachari. The Buddha said, one who lives with Dhamma is protected by Dhamma. I strongly believe in it. As professionals, please read and understand about 4 immeasurables. They are called Satara Brahma Viharana, namely Metta, loving kindness, Karuna, compassion, Mudita, empathy. That's the closest word I can think of. The Mudita is one can be happy with others' achievement. This is something is very difficult for our people. And also Upekka, equanimity. If you actually practice this, we can change the world for better. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, let me humbly request you to do some homework. When you go home, please revisit what you have done to the students, to the faculty, and to the colleagues. Then you will experience the good, bad, and ugly. I take this opportunity to congratulate our incoming enthusiastic President, Professor Tushara Kudagambana, and his council for a successful year ahead. Madam President, thank you very much for awarding me this prestigious award for the first time, and I am really honored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The students of our faculty are extremely privileged to be taught and supervised by the most talented and dedicated teachers in the faculty as well as in the Peradeniya and Kandy hospitals. The achievements and the endeavors of our students would not be possible without their guidance. So, our first teacher's felicitation is for Professor Neelakanthi Ratnatunga, and the citation will be read by Dr. Indu Nanayakara.
President and members of the Council of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed privileged and honored to be invited to deliver the citation for Professor Neelakanthi Ratnatunga. Neelakanthi Vajira Ilankakone Ekanayaka was born in Kandy in 1953 and was educated at Girls High School, Kandy. Her colorful school career was marked by many achievements and culminated with her becoming the head girl of the school and then gaining entry into the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. She completed her MBBS degree in 1978, passing out with honors and as the first in the batch. She then joined the Department of Pathology as a lecturer, progressing on to becoming a senior lecturer, professor, and a senior professor in the Department of Pathology. Her illustrious career at Peradeniya Faculty of Medicine stretched over almost 40 years, with her retiring from the university in 2019 as the senior professor in pathology. Her professional life is a blend of extraordinary scholarly competence and intense dedication and commitment, not only to the field of pathology in Sri Lanka, but also to the overall quality of learning facilitated by our faculty. Her academic achievements are many, and her CV runs to several pages. So I will briefly summarize it in the stipulated time. She obtained her PhD in 1986 from the University of Peradeniya and became a board-certified consultant histopathologist in 1992. Since then, up to her retirement, she served as an honorary consultant histopathologist of the Teaching Hospital Peradeniya. She has also had postdoctoral training at St. Thomas's Hospital, London, UK, and Imperial College School of Medicine, Hammersmith Hospital, London, UK. She is a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh, Fellow of the College of Pathologists of Sri Lanka, and a Fellow of Sri Lanka College of Surgeons. She has held all the important posts a pathologist could hold, such as being the Chairman of the Board of Study in Pathology at PGIM, Honorary Secretary of the College of Pathologists of Sri Lanka, and President of the College of Pathologists of Sri Lanka. In the Faculty of Medicine, she served as the department head for many years. She developed the histopathology laboratories to what it is today, serving not only hospitals in the vicinity, but providing her services free of charge to the whole island. She was also the Senate representative to the University Council from years 2009 to 2012, an opportunity only a handful of academics of the medical faculty gained. Her publications are many, and she has won several national awards for them. Her scholarly achievement is reflected by her H index of 20. My earliest contact with her radiant personality was when I was an undergraduate at the Faculty of Medicine in the early 90s. Her lectures were featured by a fascinating display of a clear grasp of her subject, delivered without even a scrap of note to stimulate her memory. There was never a dull moment or a nod of a head. It was a brilliant performance, which we all watched in awe. Considered in retrospect, I think in her lectures, while she presented to us a daunting challenge of learning pathology, she also showed us what being an expert in a subject meant. In the more recent past, she held posts such as Presidency of the Candy Society of Medicine and, of course, the Presidency of our own Pemsa. I had the opportunity of serving in her committees and observing other facets of her personality and talent. Her careful preliminary planning for the task she shouldered, flawless organization skills, appropriate delegation of responsibilities. The meetings and discussions were brief and thoroughly focused. As a consequence, she was able to achieve a great deal while avoiding waste of time. I also had the good fortune of serving in several editorial committees when she was the editor-in-chief of Peradeniya University Research Sessions, KSM, and PEMSA. Her attention to detail was amazing. There was never a dot or a comma out of place, and the final production was always a masterpiece. Her service to PEMSA needs special mention, as she is among the few persons who have done such service, particularly in the form of finding funds for scholarships and studentships for the needy medical students. Being also the chairperson of the scholarships committee of the faculty, she hastened to activate PEMSA studentship and was able to bring funds from our alumni and many donors residing in the USA, UK, and Australia. Even this year, she has initiated the donation of some tablets to be given to the first-year students who are unable to afford them. During her tenure as president of PEMSA, she also refurbished the study room for the students as part of the welfare activities towards the students done by PEMSA. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many more facts that need mention, but time would not permit me to do so. President and members of the Council of PEMSA, I have great pleasure in presenting to you Professor Neelakanthi Ratnatunga for felicitation in recognition of her contribution to the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, and to PEMSA. And to deliver the token of appreciation, I cordially invite Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, Director General of Health Services, to come to the stage.
Our next teacher's felicitation is for Dr. Mrs. S.C. Vikrama Singha, and the citation will be read by Dr. Shama Yapa Bandara.
Good evening. President and the members of the Council of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to be invited to deliver the citation for Dr. Sakuntala Chandani Vikrama Singha today. Madam Vikrama Singha, who hails from Kegol, completed her schooling at Kegolu Girls College and the Sangamita Girls College, Matale. After completing her school education with outstanding achievement, she entered the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Peradeniya in 1977, where she completed her MBBS with second-class honor in 1982. It was at this time, as she embarked on her career as a physician, that she developed an interest in serving children and decided to pursue pediatric training. She completed her postgraduate training locally and internationally at the Joseph Hospital for Women in Sheffield and the Rotherham District General Hospital in England. On her return to Sri Lanka, she was appointed as a consultant in pediatrics in 1990. As a consultant pediatrician, she has done an immense service not only to children under her care, but also to the communities that she serves in. Her work in developing pediatric units at Base Hospital in Matale, Kampala, and Maunalla has improved the quality of care available to children in these areas. Of note, it was due to her effort that the Base Hospital Kampala received public funds for the development of its neonatology unit. The National Hospital Kandy was extremely lucky to have Madam Vikrama Singha in 2002, where her efforts and funds raised in led to the rapid development of the neonatology unit, leading to the addition of the neonatal ICU to the sick baby unit. She extended her services beyond the neonatology unit and joined the pediatric ward at National Hospital Kandy in 2008, where she worked until her retirement. While her service and accomplishments are many, to name a few, she serves as an examiner in final MBBS, diploma in child health, and MD pediatrics. She is one of the master trainers trained in the WHO Essential Neonatal Care Service Program and National Level Trainer in Neonatal Life Support Program. She is a trainer for postgraduate students for MD Pediatric, Family Medicine, Emergency Medicine, and Diploma Child Health. She played the leading role of training doctors and nurses for the Central Province Essential Pediatric Life Support Programs. She pioneered baby-friendly hospital initiation program and launched the infant and young child breeding programs. Madam Vikrama Singha has attended numerous professional meetings and workshops locally and internationally, and it is worth mentioning that in the year 2000, she was one of the 2 pediatricians who represented Sri Lanka at the SARC expert group meeting on reduction of childhood neuromorbidity, which was held in India. And she was the sole representative for Sri Lanka at the WHO workshop on reducing maternal and perinatal deaths held in Austria in 2007. In addition to her clinical and community service, she is a beloved medical educator to many generations of medical students and postgraduate trainees. Madam Vikrama Singha, you are always a great teacher to us, and words simply cannot express the gratitude we have for all you have done for us. President and the members of the Council of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association, I have the greatest pleasure in presenting to you Dr. Sakuntala Chandani Vikrama Singha for felicitation in recognition of her outstanding contribution to the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. I cordially invite Dr. Asela Gunavardhana, Director General of Health Services to present the token of appreciation.
Our next teacher's felicitation is for Dr. Manil Di Sanayak, and the citation will be read by Dr. Surammika Iriyagama.
President and members of the Council of the PeMSAA Medical School Alumni Association, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to deliver the citation for Dr. Mrs. Manil Di Sanayak. Dr. Manil Di Sanayak was born in Colombo in the year 1957. She is a proud product of Visakha Vidyalaya, Colombo. She entered the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, and completed her MBBS with second-class honors in 1981 and proceeded to obtain her MD Medicine by year 1985. Having opted for dermatology, she underwent her local training under the eminent dermatologist Dr. D.N. Athukorala and received her overseas training at the prestigious University of Oxford in 1987. After obtaining board certification in dermatology, she has served as the consultant dermatologist at Teaching Hospital Kurunegala and Kegol for 10 years from 1988 to 1998. From year 1998 until her retirement in year 2017, she has served as the consultant dermatologist at Teaching Hospital Kandy, rendering an invaluable service not only to Kandy, but to the entire central province for many years during an era where dermatologists were very few in number. And it is well known that her excellent clinical sense and her insightful diagnostic skills have healed and helped many a patient. During these 2 decades, she has done a tremendous role in uplifting the quality of dermatological services available in Kandy to keep in par with the changing world trends. She has provided a tremendous service in fields of both undergraduate and postgraduate medical education. She has worked in the capacity of a visiting lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine, PeMSAA, as well as the Faculty of Dental Sciences for nearly 20 years. She has also served as a member of the faculty board at the Faculty of Medicine, PeMSAA. She has been a council member at the Sri Lanka Association of Dermatologists for nearly 15 years and headed the association as the president during the years 2005 and 2006. And it is worthwhile to mention that the association was upgraded to the Sri Lanka College of Dermatologists during her tenure. She has served as a postgraduate trainer and examiner in dermatology since the inception of the specialty in year 2000 until her retirement, and has been a teacher and trainer par excellence. And today she boasts of more than 25 trainees currently serving as consultant dermatologists around the country. She is a life member of the Sri Lanka Medical Association and the Sri Lanka College of Dermatologists and is a fellow of American Academy of Dermatologists. She has been an invited speaker at many local and international academic forums and has delivered the Dr. W.D.H. Pereira Memorial Oration in year 2012. President and members of the Council of Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. I have great pleasure in presenting to you Dr. Mrs Manil Di Sanayak for felicitation for her contribution in recognition of her contribution to the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. I cordially invite Professor Chandani Jayasumana to deliver the award of appreciation. Thank you. The next teacher's felicitation is for Dr. W.A.L. Vikrama Singha, and the citation will be read by Dr. Bursary Ginige.
Thank you. Distinguished gathering at the head table, as well as the audience. Giants come in many sizes. Dr. W.A. Leelananda Vikramasinghe commenced his education at Malayadeva College, Kurunegala. Following graduation at the Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya, he took to psychiatry and was board certified following his foreign training in the United Kingdom. He held numerous posts. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, numerous posts in the field of training, mental health, and policy making in general in the country. To name a few, he was a beloved trainer of medical undergraduates and postgraduate trainees in psychiatry. And he was the director, PGIM Kandy. He was also the uncontested president of all these decades at the Nivahana Society of Medicine, the local NGO on mental health promotion. He was also the vice president of PEMSA, our prestigious alumni association, and he was actively involved in all the PEMSA activities. His retirement in 2017 did not stop him. He's a national trainer in mindfulness at the Ministry of Health, and a committee member of the President's National Project, Let's Protect Children. The list can go on until the organizers drag me out of the podium, so I'll stop there. And despite all this, Dr. Vikramasinghe found time to publish his well-read book, The Way for a Healthy Living. Dr. Vikramasinghe is dedicated, perseverant, and well-grounded. He would go where he is needed, be it Bhutan, Tiriyaya Mailavava, Vavuniyawa Nandimitragama, Trikunamalaya Gomaran Kadavala, and most importantly, Settikulam, a refugee camp in 2009 post-war. Sir, thank you very much for giving me this honor of delivering the citation. You are a true giant in our field. You are a Pataka Yodha in the field. Madam President and members of the Council, I have the utmost pleasure in presenting Dr. W.L. Vikrama for felicitation. I cordially invite Professor Channa Jayasubana to hand over the token of felicitation.
Our next felicitation is for Professor Parakrama Athauda, and the citations will be read by Professor P.A.J. Pereira.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk about late Professor S.B.P. Athauda, but I was told not more than 3 minutes. In fact, he has over 100 publications, actually, as a young scientist. This is really a tribute to Dr. Athauda. Professor Athauda, lovingly referred to as Parakrama, was the 4th sibling born to a well-established professional family from Mavanella. After a near-perfect early education at the Kagalu Mahavidyalaya, he graduated from the University of Peradeniya with honors in chemistry. I would like to just divert a little just to indicate what type of a special academic he was. He is a person who had not 1 double promotion, but 2 double promotions. So you can imagine when a person like that appears at a selection board where I was present, the board members asked me, "What is this? You're going to have a lecturer of this caliber, but this age," because age too matters. But this is to indicate that he was a splendid scholar. He joined the biochemistry department of the Faculty of Medicine as an academic in 1984. Later obtained his PhD in 1992 from the University of Tokyo, working on gut acid proteinases. After returning to Sri Lanka, he continued to work on other acid proteinases, including those of HIV, trying to discover natural inhibitors, including those from Bandura, which he grew in the backyard of the medical faculty, so that he could target to destroy the proteinase activity of HIV. He was associated with a large number of local and foreign-funded research projects that resulted in promoting research culture. Importantly, the research culture among young scientists. This is amply illustrated by the large number of MScs, MPhils, and PhD research students he supervised and published in numerous refereed, local, and foreign journals. He was a visiting scientist and a senior research fellow of many universities in the world. In fact, I can still remember when they were trying to find the type of financial allocation that could be made to Parakrama, they wrote to me a letter asking where should I keep him. I said, you are lucky to have got this young man, right? By virtue of the work he has done, give him the topmost salary you can. He was a visiting senior research fellow of many universities in the world, including those of Japan and United Kingdom. He was most helpful to the biochemistry department in the upliftment of academic standards, whose scientific knowledge in biochemistry and molecular biology, by being an active participant in participating in new postgraduate courses. If I were to list a few of those, mind you, this was the first time that was done in the University of Peradeniya from the medical school. Advanced Biochemistry 1 and 2, Clinical Biochemistry Masters, and not only that, Masters in Experimental Biotechnology. The PCR and others we are talking about was done at that time. While attending to the primary duty of teaching biochemistry relevant to medical students in the Faculty of Medicine in Peradeniya, he actually, there was a sudden halt when he was 48 years following a tragic accident in December 2010 that resulted in his demise in November 2019, nearly 10 years later. He was appointed a professor in biochemistry in October 2009 and continued in the post until his medical retirement. Special mention must be made of late Minister Richard Patirana, whose son sits here with us in the podium here. He was the person who was responsible to give a target to the medical school in uplifting the standards. In fact, if you go towards the preclinical block in the new medical school, the postgraduate lab actually appears as the 4th floor, hidden away from all others, near the sky. In fact, there have been many instances when the security personnel of the medical faculty inquired, "Sir, is there something wrong? Your lights are burning in an unknown place, and when we peep it, we see lots of people working there." So they were worried something was happening. Then I told him, that is the large number of postgraduates not seen by the others on the 4th floor. In fact, I don't know whether you are aware, there is a 4th floor there. Because this was the extra space that was left when the State Engineering Corporation built. There was a gap of 27 feet. So the consultant architect inquired from me, "Sir, you can have a good laboratory at that height." And that is how all these started at the postgraduate level. He leaves behind his wife, Nilanthi, who is with us today, and the 2 daughters, Shahika and Sulakshika. He's lost to Peradeniya, and the country is irreversible, cannot be replaced at all. Thank you, and good night to all of you.
May I now invite Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva to hand over the token of felicitation, and to accept the token, I invite Mrs. Nilanthi Athauda, his beloved wife. There is no doubt that our students, enriched with knowledge and skills, excel both nationally and internationally. It's a time to present awards for the outstanding performance by our medical students during the years 2019 and 2020. May I now cordially invite Dr. Vasana Keridana to announce the names of our students. And to give away the awards, I invite, with much respect, one of our great teachers of all time, who has won the hearts of each and every student, Professor Channa Ratnatunga. My dear students, you all are truly blessed.
Dr. W.C.C. Dharmavardhana, awarded for the best performance at the final MBBS examination 2019. Dr. B. Subani, awarded for the commendable performance at the final MBBS examination 2019. Dr. I.A. Abe Gunvardhan, awarded for the best performance at the final MBBS examination 2020. Dr. H.Y.C. Senanayaka, awarded for the first place in Island Merit List at the final MBBS examination 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are now going to listen to few words in a very familiar voice to the faculty by a distinguished professor, a former vice-chancellor, and the UGC chairman. He was a key figure in the building of the teaching hospital, Peradeniya. Emeritus Professor Arjuna Aluvihare, sir, we are pleased and honored by your presence today. Please share a few words with us.
Madam President, and to save time, the very distinguished people sitting here who are less distinguished than all of you, who are less distinguished than all our ordinary medical students and doctors who go out to different parts of the country, often without recognition, without qualification, but who reach out to help the poor and the disadvantaged, often with very little recognition or reward. Now, why have I put up this picture? That's the Polonnaruwa Hospital, as it was 900 years ago, top left-hand corner with the Behetoroa. And these are some of the instruments found there, how closely they resemble ours. Unfortunately, what you cannot see, you can only see the part of the Polonnaruwa Hospital in this photograph, which the well-to-do and elite were allowed to access. You cannot see, actually it's in the far left-hand corner, behind it, the small room which the non-rich and the non-distinguished had to go for treatment. And there was relatively little outreach. Now the instruments have developed, and you know what the instruments, the equivalent instruments are like today, and the kind of work done with those instruments and so on. Why am I showing this to you? It's to suggest that while we develop PeMSAA, we look to see if there's any new technology that can be used to get as members the 8,000 who are not, and list them and give them honorary membership. Whether they pay or not is their problem. And also to encourage them and others to go out and go into different areas of medicine, but also to parts of the country and think of how the modern technology can be used to get the best possible care and equivalent care to all those in the country. And a similar kind of thinking has been expressed by many of the people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are immensely honored and privileged to have with us the Minister of Plantations, Honorable Dr. Ramesh Patirana, as our chief guest. May I now cordially invite Professor Tushara Kudagammana to introduce our chief guest.
Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce my batchmate and very close friend, our chief guest today, Dr. Ramesh Patirana, MBBS, MBA, who needs no introduction to most of us gathered here. As we all know, he is the current Cabinet Minister of Plantations. Dr. Ramesh hails from Gaul and entered the Faculty of Medicine Peradeniya in the year 1992. He is the son of a well-respected former Minister of Education, Mr. Richard Patirana, who did a yeoman service to the education service of this country and also was instrumental in us getting the preclinical block. Ramesh was very popular in the batch, especially among girls. I asked many of my batchmates, how would you like me to describe Ramesh? Most of them would describe him as a kind-hearted, genuine friend. On light vein, let me share with you some memories from good old days at Peradeniya as a student. Ramesh never wore wristwatch as a medical student. However, he was very conscious about the time and kept on peeping at the watches of his friends. One day, a friend asked him why he doesn't wear one and not disturb others. Then he came out with an interesting explanation. His father, Minister of Education at the time, had an expensive wristwatch gifted by a foreign delegate. This had been kept under lock and key. Ramesh, being the mother's pet, got the wristwatch out of the wardrobe and started wearing it. His father didn't like the idea of a medical student wearing such an expensive wristwatch and took it back from Ramesh. The father's decision made young Ramesh a little stubborn not to wear a wristwatch. We wonder whether that much want a wristwatch is now on his arm. During the professorial surgical appointment, Ramesh told his groupmates one day, can those who like me taking up politics raise your hands up? All the girls kept their hands down and one of them said seriously, Ramesh, you shouldn't join corrupt politics of this country. We don't want to lose your honest heart. Nevertheless, he pursued what he dreamt, yet preserving the honest heart. After graduating from Peradeniya, he had his internship at Teaching Hospital Sri Javadhanpura. After internship, he worked as a medical officer at District Hospital Akurasa from the year 2002 to 2001 to 2. He left the government service in the year 2003 and joined a major pharmaceutical company as a director of marketing. He contested the parliamentary election in the year 2010 and was selected to parliament. He was selected as a cabinet minister of plantations at a relatively young age. As you all know, he is a well-respected and highly efficient minister in the present government today. With that, I would like to invite Professor Vasanti Pinto, the current president, to hand over the token of appreciation to Dr. Ramesh, and I would like to invite him to address the meeting afterwards. Okay, guys.
Good evening to all of you. Professor Vasanti Pinto, chairperson of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. Professor Channa Jayasamana, my beloved friend, and also Dr. Amal Harsha Di Silva, and also Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, and also Dr. Vajrasenaratne, and also Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Professor Upul Di Sanayak, and also Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Asri Abhi Gunvardhan, our beloved teachers, my dear friends and other distinguished guests. So it's indeed a great pleasure. So let me at the outset thank Chairperson and the organizing committee of this all important annual event of Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association for inviting me to come as a chief guest. When I first received the invitation, I felt a little nervous. But once I arrived here, I realized I'm among friends. So it's always to meet my friends from the medical fraternity and also the teachers from the same profession who guided and helped us to mold our social and professional lives. As Tushar mentioned, my professional career as a medical doctor was a brief one. It was limited only for 4 years. So therefore, I don't intend to get into a discussion about field of medicine or trespass some of the knowledge already imparted. All of you know much better than me, I would say. But I take this opportunity to congratulate all of you and also to express my sincere gratitude, having contributed so much to uplift the Sri Lankan health standards to world-class level at a relatively lower cost. We Sri Lankans consider free health and the free education as the two jewels of the crown of the sovereign Sri Lankan nation. So I was one among them. I was immensely benefited from the free education of the country, and I was very fortunate to come to University of Peradeniya, the most beautiful university of the country and also one of the best in the country. And it was like a dream coming true for me, since I heard of vivid descriptions of the place by my parents. And I was also privileged to spend my formative years in one of the schools in Gold, Richmond College. That is the alma mater of mine, as well as the former Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara, who was the father of the free education. Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara moved one of the most important pieces of legislature in State Council in 1945, enabling all of us to obtain free education. It molded our lives. So, when Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara moved that important bill, he was strongly supported by one of the strong gentlemen from Kandy district, who represented Vattagidra electorate at that time, Honorable A. Ratnayaka. He's the one who moved the idea that education should be free to everyone, starting from kindergarten to university level. So that transformed all lives of all of us. So when my medical career abruptly ended after 4 years, when I decided to change the field of study from one of medicine to that of marketing, and then subsequently I served in the private sector, and then I joined politics, served as a member of parliament in both opposition and government. Now I serve as a minister to the Sri Lankan cabinet. But having looked back at all these facets, I can safely say the satisfaction I received by treating patients, by simply stretching the hand to relieve their pain and stress and grief, couldn't be achieved from any other profession. That's why yours is a noble profession. So thank you for having contributed to uplift the lives of the Sri Lankan people. So, the Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara's move, and also which was immensely helped by Mr. Ratnayaka from your district, was immensely valuable to everyone in this country. Kandy district is garlanded by University of Peradeniya. And also historically, this district has been represented by very responsible citizens like Honorable A. Ratnayaka over a period of time. Kandy is also very important for us historically. It was the capital for 400 years. And in this city only, we lost our independence for the first time in the history in 1815, not by conquest, but by the wish of the leaders of the day. But it was also in the same city we regained our freedom in 1948 under the shadow of Temple of Tooth Relic, when first Prime Minister of the country, Honorable D. Sanayak, unfurled the Sri Lankan flag. So we have spent nearly 75 years under democratic rule, and from the day, one of the most important piece of legislation being enacted in the country, the Free Education Bill. So during last 75 years, country had seen many different facets in relation to social, economic development, healthcare-wise and education-wise. Some are commendable. Our life expectancy, as you all know, had gone up from 55 to 77 years during last 70 years. Our primary enrollment rate for the primary education has gone now from 52% to 98%. The maternal infant mortality rate rather has gone down from 82 per 1,000 live births to 8.2 during the last 70 years. We have provided electricity to almost everyone in the country. There's a great road network that has been developed. Our telecommunication sector is one of the best in the world and it's fastly growing. And we have provided safe drinking water to at least 80% of the population. But I know most of you are here, significant fraction of the middle class community and learned people of this country are not happy about our social and economic development that had taken place during last 70 years. Let me also remind you the fact that our country was enveloped in a 30-year-long civil war out of 75 years. And we are still a racially divided, religiously very sensitive nation. And our population has gone from 10 million to 21 million during last 70 years, which should be considered when we think of the development factor. But despite all odds, I remain very optimistic that the dream that we see for our country, dream that you see for your mother country, dream our forefathers have seen for our mother country, to make it a developed nation. So to achieve that magical target of $12,000 per capita income, from where we are today, $4,000 per capita, it's a strenuous journey ahead. But I remain very optimistic that we should be able to see that target being achieved during our lifetime. Why I say so, it's not because of anything else. We are gathering the knowledge imparted by the fourth industrial revolution of the world. We were virtually 100 years or 150 years behind in relation to getting that knowledge in relation to first, second and third industrial revolutions. But when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, it's quite different. Our students know much about fourth industrial revolution. The computer literacy has gone up to about 60% among school children. They know Internet of Things. They do talk about artificial intelligence. They know about robotics. They actively learn nanotechnology. So future is bright for us. Our way forward to make ours a developed country is through education. And I think we have a very good, wide door open to ensure that our best asset of the country, human resource, to be converted to human capital during next decade or so. So it's in relation to that, we have been engaged in a lot of discussions. I can see some of the teachers who are here, they were also constantly engaged in that discussion in relation to transforming Sri Lankan education system, transforming the Sri Lankan education system, one of teacher-centered education system to a student-centered learning system. I hope that knowledge, we are going to see some light at the end of the tunnel. We will see some education reforms being presented to the country within next 6 to 12 months' time. With that, we put more emphasis on core subjects, maths, science, and languages, giving prominence to English. And also, we're going to give that space for the child to live freely and nurture their natural abilities. With that, all of your dream, all of our dream would become a reality in possibly in 2 decades or 1.5 decades time ahead. So I congratulate again Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. They have done a lot of work in relation to strengthening the lives of the medical students specifically. So let us together strengthen the lives of the students, not only the medical students, all the other students. That's a way forward for us. So we can, whatever the way that we can contribute for that, we are there to contribute on futuristic basis. So let me thank again for providing me this opportunity to talk to you like a friend and a brother. So look forward to see you once again and all the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite the members of the head table to take their seats at the front row, as we are now going to start the Congress lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the highlight of the proceedings, the prestigious Congress lecture. We are privileged to have with us today an eminent scholar and a well-known clinical and an interventional cardiologist, Dr. Vajira Senaratne. May I now invite the President of PeMSA, Professor Vasanti Pinto, for the formal introduction of the Congress lecturer and to present the medal, and invite Dr. Vajira Senaratne to deliver the Congress lecture.
Thank you, Amina. To save the time, I will just skip the part of the welcoming the guest again. Talking about the Congress lecturer, the Congress lecture is undoubtedly the highest of today's proceedings. It is a remarkable honor which is bestowed upon an exemplary and astounding alumnus who has contributed in leaps and bounds to the fields of medicine, as well as to the humanity. It is awarded by invitation only, and for this year's lecture, we are indeed fortunate our lecturer accepted our request. Allow me to introduce Dr. Vajira Senaratne, our esteemed Congress lecturer for 2021. Dr. Senaratne received his primary education at Rahula College, Mathura, where he excelled in academics as well as in sports activities, including the All-Ireland Championship in the discus throw with a new record in 1973. He entered alma mater, where he graduated in 1982 with flying colors at the final MBBS. He had his postgraduate training at NHSL, Institute of Cardiology, Colombo, and the Royal Victoria Hospital, Belfast, UK. He received his MD in medicine in 1993 and achieved MRCP UK, FRCP London, FCCP, and FACC USA. Currently, he is employed as a consultant cardiologist. He has a great interest in the field of interventional cardiology, where he has pioneered coronary angioplasty, stenting, and balloon mitral valvuloplasty in Sri Lanka. He has extensive experience in this regard, having personally performed more than 2,000 balloon mitral valvuloplasties and approximately 10,000 coronary interventions, excluding coronary angiograms, over 24 years. Also, he has conducted a large number of aortic and pulmonary valvuloplasties. He trained a large cohort of senior registrars in the fields of interventional cardiology. He also has the singular honor of performing the first case in many procedures, including carotid, iliac, renal stenting, LMCS stenting, device closure of VSD, PFO closure, to mention a few. He has an outstanding track record in presentation and publications, having much of his work published at the local and international level. The annual academic sessions of the Ceylon College of Physicians in Sri Lanka Medical Association, Asia Pacific Congress of Cardiology in Singapore, and Cardiac Society of Australia and New Zealand are a few places where he has presented his work. He has also been invited to many international faculties worldwide, which are too many to name. He was awarded the special prize for scientific paper on cardiology at 2 annual scientific sessions when it comes to awards. He has also received a special award of the most outstanding citizen in the field of medicine for the year 2001 by the Lions Club International. He has had the esteemed honor of awarding 2 orations, Professor P.B. Fernando inaugural oration of the CCP 2000, the SC Paul oration in the 2003 SLMS sessions, and the gold medal for the Reddy Memorial Lecture at the scientific sessions of SLHA in 2002. He also held many posts in Sri Lanka Heart Association, including the president in 2012. As we all may be well aware now, We have today an exemplary individual who has achieved great heights and contributed much to our country. Also, we all know he has looked after many hearts. Dr. Vajira Senaratne, it is my honor and privilege to invite you to accept this medal for the Congress lecturer and deliver the Congress lecture, The Journey of the Cardiology in Sri Lanka from Grassroots to Elite.
Good evening, Madam President, all the dignitaries who are in the stage, members of the council, past presidents, my beloved teachers, distinguished invitees, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank PeMSA President and the Council for inviting me to do the lecture, and I consider it's a great honor for me. Actually, I'm delighted to be with Medical Fraternity of University of Peradeniya and thankful to the President and the Council of PeMSA for this great opportunity, which I have been looking forward to. First, I wish to express my deep gratitude to the University of Peradeniya, which provided me with not only necessary competencies, but also values and sense of purpose in life, which enabled me to become what I am today. Needless to add that we had most exciting, pleasurable, and memorable time at Peradeniya. I'm glad to see that quite a good number of my contemporaries, colleagues, and friends from Peradeniya are present this evening. It is no exaggeration that Peradeniya is a home away from home, and this is literally a homecoming for me. And I look forward to recalling and reliving the memorable moments spent together while savoring the cherished memories. I've been listening to a string of speeches and maybe rather tired and exhausted. I'm looking forward to a high-spirited evening. So I'll try to brief and will still and present the key milestones and salient points during my 25 years journey as a clinical and interventional cardiologist. My topic today is Journey of Cardiology in Sri Lanka from Grassroots to Elite. I would like to outline my presentation. First, I would like to just discuss about milestones of cardiology service in Sri Lanka and the interventions of rheumatic valvular disease, which was very prevalent in the past few decades, and the congenital lesions, which was a burden for society causing severe pulmonary hypertension. And the epidemiological transition, actually we know in the past we had the deaths and morbidity and mortality due to communicable diseases, which has now changed, shifted towards non-communicable diseases, and heart disease become the #1 killer in the country. And evolution of therapeutic strategies for coronary heart disease, we know in the past we were using only medical management, later thrombolytic therapy, but it has completely shifted to intervention therapy right now. And intervention for other vascular diseases and future directions. This is a building actually, what we call the cardiology unit in Colombo. And the cardiology history goes back to 1969 when they started CIU, Cardiac Unit, by single cardiologist Dr. Valupille, and subsequently Dr. Therabadu took over the unit. Mostly it is outpatient department work, mostly echocardiogram. They had a C-arm, so they were doing some right heart studies during that time. The current unit established, the current existing unit started in 1971. Again, Dr. Valupille was heading, and later, after his retirement, Dr. Thenabadu and Dr. Atukorali took over as 2 units. And that is the time the patients had to rush to India for when they want to get an angiogram done or for angioplasty or bypass, because we had no facilities for any sort of invasive therapy. And first cath started in 1989 at the National Hospital, Colombo. And then we expand the cardiology to subspecialties like electrophysiology in 2003 and pediatric cardiology 2008. This is a picture actually showing the man, in the seated man, Dr. Tena Badu. I consider him as the current the father of interventional cardiology. And it started in 1990 because he's truly instrumental in establishing this cardiac investigation work in Sri Lanka. That time we had very few cardiologists in the country, all country, we have only 6 cardiologists, and we had only 2 centers, and only 1 cath lab that was started in 1989, and only 2 echo centers. So it's a very primitive state, just 3 decades ago. Now I will shift to we had a major problem with the rheumatic heart disease. Rheumatic fever was ending up with rheumatic pancarditis, pericarditis, myocarditis, endocarditis, and most of the patients first present to us during the pregnancy as the pulmonary edema or during delivery, and that is used to be a leading cause of maternal mortality and mortality among young females. And only available therapeutic strategy was lateral thoracotomy, scar endomitral valvulotomy, and that is again they have to undergo surgery and anesthesia, and that also leads to some complications. But we had excellent surgeon like Dr. Stephen. We still see his results are excellent. Still, the patient coming with mitral valvulotomy with near normal valves. And we were able to introduce percutaneous interventions for mitral valvuloplasty in 1997 with foreign collaboration. And I was able to do about 4-year study. Actually, I did CPOL oration and at SLM in 2003. This is a 4-year study. I had 648 valvuloplasties performed by me at that time at National Hospital. And out of them, 90 patients were pregnant. And my topic was percutaneous mitral commissurotomy. Is it a better therapeutic option in pregnant women with critical mitral stenosis? And this is a study population. You can see 90 pregnant women. Most of them were very young, 24 years mean. And majority of them, they were in their first pregnancy, about 80%. And age ranges from 20 to 30 years. And mean of period of amenorrhea was 27 years. We know we don't like to do PTMCs because under radiation, so any pregnancy before 20 years, it can cause fetal anomalies. So we wait till 20 years to start this procedure. Average valve score was 5.8. Lower the valve score, better results, short term as well long term. And most of the patients, actually about 85%, 93% had class 2 to class 4 shortness of breath. And one patient had combined aortic and mitral valve stenosis, critical aortic stenosis, pressure gradient 117 with tight mitral stenosis, pulmonary hypertension. We did the mitral assessment by 2D echocardiography. There's a scoring system. We go by the valve pliability, thickening, calcium, and sub-apparatus. We look at the grading of 1 to 4. If you have lower score, say 4 to 6, you give excellent result long term. It's like back to almost normal mitral valve. But if you get calcific and thickened sub apparatus, the overall long-term results are not good. Only it's as a palliative treatment. And I would like to show the procedure briefly. We have to actually, to begin with, it's a serious procedure because we have to puncture the interarterial septum. With experience, you gain experience. You position the Molin sheath and you puncture the septum with the broken burr needle and enter the left atrium. And next slide, you can see we pass wire to the left atrium, and that is a strong wire that enables us to pass the balloon. Then we do the dilatation of the septum with the dilator. Next time, I think here you can see we have already advanced the PTMC balloon to the left atrium. Now you can see, now I'm trying to cross the valve. It's about to enter the left ventricle. And this slide shows you inflate the distal part, inflate, then you pull back to the valve orifice, and the proximal band inflates, and the valve opens out. So it looks a very, very rewarding procedure because it's completed within few minutes. If you look at the results after PTMC, we were able to, the mitral area mean was about less than 100, it became almost 200-hour procedure. And the pressure gradient drops from about 20 to about less than 5. So this patient, immediately they feel all right on the table. And look at procedure time, that's very important. We can finish within 40 minutes, see, and certain people will finish within 20 minutes. And floor time also quite short, maybe 5 minutes. And the shortest period was less than 1 minute. If you look at these studies, you compare the studies, actually we have got a very good result we have studied about 85 patients, you compare with other studies, and we got almost 98% success with patients. And look at the other slide, you can see the complication rate also very much comparable or even sometimes better than some of the studies. And fluoro time also very much comparable with other studies. So we make sure that all these pregnant patients, we put a shield underneath to protect the fetus. So, and we do minimum screening time, no sine angiograms during the procedure. And this is an exceptional patient who presented to us, referred by obstetrician, because she was found to have a mitral murmur. And when we examined, he had critical aortic stenosis, gradient was very high with grade 2 AR, and tight mitral stenosis. So the first instance, they have recommended termination, early pregnancy, and they have done prostaglandin therapy, but it has failed. Patient came quite late, and the cardiologist who has seen the patient recommended hysterotomy and do termination. And the patient next day came just before the surgery, and that day I was there in the co-lab, and the patient was really depressed. She was the first baby she didn't want to disturb because it was almost 19 weeks pregnant with the fundus. So I evaluate the situation because she had tight AS and tight MS. Both, if you are having experience, you can do both same sitting. Maximum thing, if you develop complication, you can send the patient for surgery and save the VR, keep the surgeon on standby. So I decided to go ahead. The patient party agreed, and I did both simultaneously. Aortic valve pressure gradient dropped from 170 to 41, so that is almost very mild aortic stenosis. And the mitral valve, you can see, you can see it now here. Yeah, dropped from 70, increased from 70 to 100, she's almost become mild mitral stenosis. Patient had normal vaginal delivery, and the patient came back to me after some days. Actually, I took the photograph to this child, lucky, destined to live, and she escaped 2 termination attempts and patient family. So this is you take decisions, you have courage and confidence and experience to these sort of cases. I will then move to the ventricular septal, the septal defects. As I told you earlier, it is a big problem. Most of the patients present late adulthood with established pulmonary hypertension, and nothing can be offered except for medical management, but that is not going to help the patient because they can't even, the woman, he can't undergo pregnancy, because if you undergo pregnancy, she will end up with the disaster. I would like to show a patient, this is a 13-year-old girl referred to for evaluation of ancestry murmur, and she had class 1 to 2 SOB. 2 echo showed perimembranous VSD with good left-right shunt, and it showed mild, echo showed mild LA-LV dilatation that indicate the shunt is significant, and no pulmonary hypertension. This is this picture will show you the left field angio. There's a left-right shunt at the VSD level. What we do is we pass the catheter, the coronary catheter, put the catheter across the septum to the right side, and then you pass the wire, what we call is a noodle wire, to the, sometimes it goes to the right atrium or to the pulmonary artery. Then we put a catheter and take a stand and take it down. So we make an AV loop. The picture you can see, it makes an AV loop. And you advance the VSD sheath from the venous side and cross through the septum to the left ventricle, and then go to the aortic root. You can see from these pictures. We have almost entered the left ventricle and now in the aortic root. Now the aortic root, the PSD sheet is from venous side to go into the left side in the aortic root. Then you push the sheet down to the left ventricle. This is shown in the second field. Now it is in the left ventricle, and you remove the wires. Then what you do is you send the device. I think you can see from the distance. I have deployed the distal part, left side of the device disc, and they pull back the device toward the septum. And the second sheet you can see all the left disc is against the wall, and we release the second device. Now both discs have been released, and next moment what you see you release the device. You unscrew it and release the VSD close. You can see there the VSD, the device sitting in the center, and then we do a LV angiogram to make sure the device is in proper position and it is closed, and this small shunt will be closed after thrombosis and become fibrous. It will be closed forever. The atrial septal defects are also very similar, but it is much easier than PSD. It's a very straightforward procedure. You enter from the IVC, cross to the septum, and release the device. These are the pictures. You put a coronary catheter, you enter the upper pulmonary vein, left upper pulmonary vein, and you pass the wire up, and then you push the AST sheet, the loaded device, and you release left side and right device, and next moment we release it, and the AST is closed. So it's AST actually, you can't close all the ASTs, particularly primum AST and sinus venosus, you have to send for surgery. This is only for ostium secundum AST. Now, thanks to the establishment of LRH, now they have a large number of pediatric echoes and close almost all the ASTs, VSTs, and PDS. And future, I don't think we will see any more patients come with pulmonary hypertension. Now, move to the coronary interventions. Our history, we know most of the patients acute infra in the past, they die or they end up with a bad LV due to myocardial damage. So I'm just going to show a patient with acute coronary syndrome with multivessel disease. It's a 64 years man, actually one of my junior doctor's father, presented with acute anterior escalation with ongoing chest pain. And he had no family history, only family history, no other risk factors. And he was hemodynamically stable on admission. I don't have a pointer to show. You can see this angiogram showing the one on the bottom is a Kapil small vessel, and the big ramus has a critical lesion at the ostium. And next picture you can see the LAD is completely occluded at the origin. The vessel should be actually coming down from that point. This picture will clearly show the right coronary also has a critical block, as you can see in the mid segment, really tight block. And this gives some collateral supply to left vessel. That means LAD is totally occluded. So this is a patient presenting with acute MI, 64 years old man with no diabetes, acute anterior MI with ongoing chest pain, critical 3-vessel disease, and LAD is totally occluded. That is the most important vessel. What are you going to do? And you have to act quickly because otherwise he will lose the myocardium, then no point doing anything. So what to do? Traditionally 3-vessel disease is sent for surgery in Sri Lanka, even up to now. But if you send for the urgent surgery, it takes a couple of hours. You know the time is muscle. If you delay, there's myocardial necrosis. The best thing is to open up the artery as early as possible. So I decided to open up the artery to see, you have passed the wire through, the LAD wire is through, and next one you can see completely wire is closed. You can see the vessel is already opening. Then you balloon the artery. And once you balloon, you can see flow is much established. Then you put a stent. And this picture shows very well established LAD flow. Within a few minutes, you are able to open up the artery. The game is not over. You can still see there's a critical narrowing of the circumference, the ramus. And then we decide to put in the stent, you can see the stent on the circumramus. You deploy it while keeping another balloon in the LAD to make sure that that LAD won't get compromised. And then you put 2 balloons together, what we call a kissing balloon technique, simultaneous balloon inflation, and that is the result. So this will not take more than 30 to 45 minutes by the time you are established low. So this patient now we are established completely the acute MI3 vessel extrahepatic left system. Now, but it is, yeah, this is the comparison of both earlier is totally occluded. Now you can see it's fully open out arteries. And this is not all. You can see the right also barely diseased, but we don't do at all at the same time. We do it just before discharge after 48 hours. So we do the right coronary artery and flow. This patient is still coming to after 2 years because the doctor's father, she is doing extremely well, stage 4 XRC negative. And this is another complication situation. You can see the left system is totally normal. You can see the right coronary artery is totally occluded. These are the common problems we see everyday practice. When there's a large thrombus burden, you know, the patients don't, if they don't come early, it makes big thrombus burden. Just giving thrombolysis will not dissolve this clot. So what we do is, we pass the, you can see I'm passing the wire through the block and place in the distal vessel. Then we have a thing called export catheter. We pass to the clot and try to aspirate it. You can see the, I don't have pointer. The black dot there, that is the export catheter. We try to aspirate with the export catheter. Sorry. Even after aspiration catheter, you see the clot remaining, vessel is not open. Then what I do is, I don't know, you can see, I have dived the catheter into the clot. The whole catheter is almost going to the clot, and you aspirate, and you can see the clot is out totally. The vessel, next moment, we put a stent, and that is, vessel is fully open. So these are the techniques we use to remove the clot, because if you put a stent on the top of the clot, the vessel is totally occluded in no time. Then I'm actually rushing through because I know you all are already waiting to go out have dinner, so I just try to go fast. Sorry about that. And this is the left main coronary artery. It's traditionally sent for bypass surgery. Even right now, most of the patients go for bypass surgery. This is a left main ostial lesion. This 35-year-old woman presented with class 3 angina, that is with minimal exercise, she gets angina. Had no risk factors for coronary disease. ECG shows mild depression in anterolateral leads. Heart function, ejection fraction normal. Obviously, you can't put the patient on treadmill because if you put the treadmill, he may end up with a heart attack or lose patient. So you decide to angiogram. And I believe you can see there's a 99% lesion at the ostium of left main coronary artery. So this patient ideally should go for surgery in the past. But you can see all the distal vessels are perfect. If you go through the evidence, the left main ostium and left main shaft, surgery, the angioplasty is better than surgery because if you do bypass surgery, the chance of stroke and other complications are higher. This procedure under local anesthesia, we do it. You can see I am passing the wire and ballooning it. Then after ballooning the vessel, left main ostium is open. Then you put the stent and you deploy the stent. And then you put in the high pressure balloon to optimize the opening, then you keep widely open. If the stent doesn't touch the wall, the drug doesn't penetrate to the wall and it can cause restenosis. So, and then this is the result. This is fully nice. So these procedures, actually this is the first case in Sri Lanka. I did it maybe 2005, left main. Now left main interventions become almost routine practice in our day-to-day practice. Then I would like to go to the much more complex left main lesion. I believe all of you can see this. This has a very bad anatomy. Left main 99%, LAD ostium 99%, circumflex 99%. This patient should ideally go for surgery. The patient referred to me by another cardiologist because patient refused surgery. If you go take the evidence, if the patient's, the syntax, or we have a way of calculating, syntax tau is less than 22, surgery as angioplasty equal, almost. If it is 22 to 33, the angioplasty acceptable. Anything SITAC score is above 30, you have to send for surgery. So this is actually within the range. Patient refused surgery, and I had to do angioplasty because otherwise patient would have died. And you see, we have put two wires to both vessels, and I'm deploying the circumflex stent now, and then the LAD stent. Don't think this is so simple as I showed you, but we managed to put both stents, and now you can see both vessels are nicely patent. So this technically, of course, these patients should be on long-term antiplatelets. Of course, patients should be told that if you stop, that can thrombose. So these are the technically doable cases, but I still tell you surgery is better long-term. But you consider the chances of patient dying or getting infarction, both are the same. So acceptable scientifically. And we'll have much more complicated ones now. There are calcifications. The people come and complain, they refuse angioplasty because the vessel is calcified. You get spicules jutting into the lumen. So when you're trying to pass wires and balloons, it doesn't go down. So this particular patient, I will show you, his right has two critical blocks with heavy calcification. And look at the left system. Sorry. His left system was perfect. And we have no option because left system normal, only right coronary artery disease. So it's not pointless sending the patient for bypass surgery for just right coronary artery. So what we do is we do a thing called rotablator. That is like Burume, what we do is it moves very fast at 180 milliseconds rate for about per minute, and it has a diamond cutter. So it cuts the calcium into very small pieces, which will be flown with the normal circulation. It won't block the vessel. And then you establish the flow, the calcium removed, and then the lesion becomes suitable for stenting. See what we have done. That is called rotablation. Can you see that gadget is moving in and out of the vessel? And that removes all the calcium. And then next moment, we put one stent, the distal segment. You put the second stent proximally. You can see the vessel looks perfect. If you look at the next slide, this is the before the procedure, and the second one is after. So we can avoid unnecessary surgery, but of course you need a lot of experience and exposure to the procedures. But these things are available in our practice. We don't have to send all the patients for surgery. Then another category is called the chronic total occlusion. Usually what we do is, when you have chronic total occlusion, in the past we send all these patients for surgery. The experts develop actually the techniques to cross all these lesions with defined devices. The particular Japanese are expert on this. They made new techniques. I will show you one. Now this patient has a right coronary arteries, diffusely diseased, and then totally occluded. If we look at the left system normal. And if you want to send the patient for surgery for just one vessel, the LAD is normal, so it's pointless sending the patient for major surgical procedure. What we do is trying to cross with the wire. It couldn't cross. So then what we do? We have still options. What you call the retrograde wire tracking. We try to go from the left side, cross the septals, and go backwards. Usually the proximal cap is very hard. The distal cap is soft. So we go from the other side and cross the lesion. And I will show how we have done it. You can see the LAD is giving good collateral to the right system. What we do is we try to pass the wire, microcatheter, you can see the black dot there, and you pass the wire, can you see the wire is moving in the coronary. It has come from the LAD through septal branch and enter the right coronary artery. And next slide, you can see it moved further up to the right coronary artery. Then what you do is, can you see it has almost come back to the right coronary catheter. Now you see it has entered the right coronary artery. Now it has moved arterial to arterial loop. When you get that wire up, you hold the wire with the balloon. I think you can see the two dark dots. I am holding the wire. And then you advance the microcatheter to the coronary artery up. So it makes a left to right complete loop. Then you can, I think you hope you can see there's one wire coming from left coronary and it's make a loop. And then you pass a wire and balloon and dilate the whole thing. And then you put the stents. And you can see the final result. Quite nice. So I suppose you all can see the pre and post pictures which you have done with retrograde pressure. And now we move into the further newer technology. When you have three vessel disease, the traditional they send for surgery. But later they find out all the lesions we see macroscopically doesn't have critical lesion, though we microscopically see that there are tight lesions. So without sending them, they have a system called FFR, put a wire, which measures the pressure gradient. We call fractional flow reserve. And if the FFR is less than 80, they have to go for revascularization. If the FFR is more than 80, we can manage medically. I don't know if you understand, but I'm rushing through because of the... But you can see this patient has a critical lesion in the right coronary artery. And you look at the left system, the LAD and the diagonal are both very big branches. And both have tight lesions. So you have to decide whether they send the patient for bypass surgery or angioplasty. That's why then we decide to do FFR and see how bad the lesions are. I put FFR wire, what you see the FFR wire give the pressure gradient across the lesion. When you do in the right coronary artery, FFR comes 0.73, that indicate that patient has to be, the lesion has to be revascularized. And you can see the second picture. Now vessel is stented. After that, the FFR has increased to 98. That means we have got the desired amount, that the vessel is fully open. Now we do FFR, anything above 80 is good. So it has gone to 98, that is absolutely wonderful result. So you accept that result. Then you go to the left system. I have put the pressure wire into the diagonal artery. You can see the FFR value is 81. That indicates that that vessel doesn't need any revascularization and you can leave it without sending. And then you look at the left system, LAD. You put the wire and you get FFR of 0.72. That definitely says that patient has to be stented. And we stent the lesion and then you see the result, FFR has increased to 94. That means we have adequately revascularized. So the patient had 3 lesions, we managed 2 stents. So that is why we had, if you put, or if you do FFR in all the multi-vessel disease, more than 2 lesions or 3 lesions, FFR, if it's less than 80, you have to revascularize, either surgically or angioplasty. But if it's above 80, you don't have to do anything. That means you can manage with one vessel sometimes. The patient who needs surgery, we may be able to put a stent and manage the patient and medically. Because anything less than, more than 80, there's no point doing bypass or stent, because if you do it, it might get blocked. I will just try to show you in the example. This is a patient, one of my junior colleagues, now currently a senior colleague, was trying to do a coronary angiogram and see what has happened. You can see that right subclavian artery is totally occluded and it's complete. Then I was asked to come and help the patient. I came and did the aortic arch angiogram. You can see the common carotid is filling, but subclavian missing. Usually, you know, the right side you get a subclavian trunk, which gives the common carotid and the subclavian artery. Here, fortunately for the patient, the subclavian is separate, common carotid is preserved. It's a separate vessel. Now what we do is, you can see I have tried to engage, the corner picture shows the subclavian artery is totally occluded. So doing angiogram itself is, you cannot consider as a joke, because if you have a problem like this, patient might lose the arm, because accessing the surgically also rather difficult when you have total occluded subclavian artery. So what we have done, you can see I put the catheter and I'm passing the wire through that. I don't know whether you can see the wire. And then you balloon it, and you can see the flow is established now. And you put one stent to the distal part of the vessel, and we are putting the second stent. I don't know if you can see it. And once you put the second stent, the whole vessel is reopened. So now we will compare. This was the problem. He had total occlusion subclavian artery. After doing the procedure, it's fully established. That's why I always tell my trainees, doing coronary angiogram, you should be able to handle any problem. Therefore, you should be able to do peripheral stenting as well. Unless if you don't do peripheral stenting, I fortunately had 2 stents with me in my private, in the hospital, National Hospital self. So otherwise, the patient would have to go for urgent surgery. Sometimes would have lost the limb also. So that is the importance of knowing not only coronary but also peripheral vessel intervention. This is, I think, my last case. This is an elderly gentleman who had diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia. I stented him a few months ago. Now his angina has subsided, but he can't walk few yards. Severe intermittent claudication. Professor Ratnatanga would have done femoral popliteal bypass. Nowadays, with the intervention, we can avoid this by doing interventions. You can see the angiogram of the right iliac artery. It is almost 99% occluded. What we do is we put the catheter and pass the wire and put the balloon there. I think you can see the balloon there. Then you inflate the balloon. And then you place the stent. And then you deploy the stent, but then you have to open with the high pressure balloon. You can see we are using the high pressure balloon, the corner one. And this is the original lesion. You can see 99% lesion in the right iliac artery, which has completely opened up. So patient become immediate symptom free. So the patient doesn't have to undergo peripheral vascular surgery. So this is the evolution of interventional procedures. So basically, interventional cardiologists not only doing structurally like AST, VST, PDA, valvations, aortic valvoplasty, mitral valvoplasty, and also coronary arteries, totally occluded arteries, bifurcation lesion, all sorts of are amenable to intervention, provided that what you know what you are doing. Some patient obviously has to go for surgery. All the patient we can't do with this. We have decide the patient anatomy, and suitable patient we should do angioplasty. Unsuitable patient you send for surgery. The problem is sometimes the patient refuse surgery, then only we have to decide what to do. So I was able to conduct few workshops island-wide. This is a case I did in Jaffna when I was as the president of Sri Lanka Heart Association. We went to Jaffna. This is Dr. Lakshman, consultant cardiologist at Jaffna Hospital with me. And this is a few years ago at Kurunegala. Dr. Tilak is no more there. He's in Australia now. And this is a workshop run at Polonnaruwa with Dr. Disnamartung and Dr. Sandamali Premaratna. And this is a workshop I did at Anuradhapura with Dr. Ajit Vaniyaraj and Dr. Dinush. So, important thing is we should be able to go and share our knowledge with our juniors. And as a result, we are very happy to see that if if you analyze the patient island-wide centers from Colombo, Galle, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Kandy, Kurunagal, all these centers have experienced interventional cardiology. So all are able to capable. Only what you need is angiogram lab and things, then they can handle most of the patient. I'm happy to say you look at these things, Jaffna, Kandy, Galle, Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa, these are angio figures and you can see there's a rise. So all the patients in Polonnaruwa, even very poor patients have access to these procedures. They don't have to come to Colombo, to private sector. All these patients are handled by the peripheral cardiologists who are trained in interventions. So it is really, as a senior man in this field, I am so happy that our country, compared to 1990, we had only one cath lab. Now we have about more than 5 cath labs, several cath labs in the government sector. And our DG agrees we are going to expand it further to the other provinces also. Wherever you go, if you go on a trip to Anuradhapura, you get a heart attack, there's primary PCI facilities. The cardiologist immediately attend to the patient and open up the artery without giving thrombolysis. So thrombolysis, probably, you will give the best thrombolysis treatment. What we do is, now what is available is tenecteplase. If you give tenecteplase, the chances of opening the vessel is about 80%. But what we do is only clear the clot. But the plaque rupture, it can clot again. So they have all the patients ideally after thrombolysis should be sent to the centers to fix the block. I know it's not practically possible in our country because we don't have so many cath labs, but the patient who have an ongoing chest pain after thrombolysis should be sent to the center and fix the lesion. And these facilities are available island-wide. Only we are planning to establish one in Kurunag, one in the Eastern Province. We don't have one at the moment. We don't have one in Sabargaon Province, one in Uva Province. That's the only province we don't have any cath lab. If you establish 3 more cath labs, I think you can cover up the whole country. I'm so proud to show this picture because this is the picture given by my juniors when I retired a few years ago. Top to bottom, Dr. Tilak is in Australia now, Dr. Tanya Pera in Colombo National Hospital, Dr. Arul is in Batikalo, Prakash in Navaloka, Rahman is in Colombo South, Sampath and Hapuat in National Hospital Colombo, Bhati in Kalutara, Roshan Parnaman is Chilau, Damaldin in Trincomalee, Chamindra Pushkumar is in Kurunakala, Ajit in Anuradhapura, Jamaldin in Batikalo, Vinodhan, both are in Batikalo, then Milinda is in Galle. So island-wide, all trained interventional cardiologists are there, and we are expanding. Thanks to the postgraduate institute medicine who started this training program, we have wealth of knowledge in all these patients and wealth of experience. So I am so proud to say that we are very much developed over a period of time. I will give the full credit to Dr. Therapadu, who initiated and encouraged us to expand these services and expand the intake of trainees. As a result, we have a large number of cardiologists. The general impression, and I know the cardiologists, not very good. People think they are doing unnecessary procedures because people without knowing. Some surgeons say they are doing surgery is better. It's not like that. You have to select your cases. All the cases should not go for angioplasty, and all the cases should not go for surgery. So you have to discuss, have a cardiac team, cardiologist, surgeon, decide and discuss what is the best for the patient. That should be the way in future. The future is not bad. We need more research aimed at all aspects of cardiovascular interventions. More interventions, we have not yet started. There are a few TAVI, that is percutaneous aortic valve replacement, done few, but it is not done as a routine practice because it is very costly. It costs about 6-7 million. We can't afford at the moment. But in the future, you should be able to do these aortic valvuloplasties percutaneous, not surgically. Percutaneous mitral valvuloplasties, percutaneous aortic valve implantations, percutaneous mitral implantations, percutaneous mitral pulmonary valve implant, all are done elsewhere, but these are very costly. So I hope when the cost becomes less, we should be able to do this procedure. And in better stents, like now the nanotechnology, we don't have to put lot of thick stents. We can have thinner stents. Therefore, we should be able to cross most of the lesions. In advanced CABG, we lead widespread minimally invasive surgery. Now, most of the surgeons do, when there's only LAD, they do minicap and open. But when there are multi-vessel disease, you have to do open surgery. So basically, we can see our field is expanding very fast, I think, because we know the highest number of killer is cardiology. By no means, intervention will not prevent this, only it helps patients, but we have to do prevention procedures because prevention is the best. But at least the patient who get heart attacks, if you don't attempt immediately, those patients become lifelong burden to the society and to the family because LV muscle dies and they are ending with heart failure patients. Many contributed to my education and professional growth and development. It is my bounden duty to express my gratitude and appreciation to whom who enabled me to become what I am today. First and foremost, I wish to express my profound gratitude to my beloved parents who showed me the paths of rectitude. This is my father and mother. And then my teachers at Rahula College. I am from Rahula. And actually, I am indebted to Rahula College teachers. And then to Faculty of Medicine, Peradeniya, I can't forget people like Professor Aluvihari, Professor Charna Ratnatunga, Professor Nimal Senanayak, Professor Pach Pereira, and so many doctors, Professor Tennakorn, but at least you have been the unique personalities. I know different consultants had different approaches, but we had got a lot of not only medical knowledge, but common sense. I think Professor Aluvihari is the person who taught us common sense more than surgery, how to handle the patients. And Professor Nimal Senanayak, all the teachers. I am not only myself, I think all of you, I should be indebted to all these teachers who have unique personalities. They are really unique personalities. Sometimes you feel they are a little peculiar behavior, but they are superb teachers. And I think island-wide, even I know the Colombo faculty, they talk about Professor Aluvihari, Professor Chester, Dr. Seranak. So I'm so grateful to our teachers in this period. And Dr. Tenabadu, my mentor. If not for him, I don't think cardiology has expanded this much. So I would consider him as, earlier I told, father of interventional cardiology. He has done so much to the field, and he is still doing a lot of work to cardiology community. Sorry, I should go back. I will not be incomplete, but also unkind if I fail to mention my peers, my trainees, and support staff who had been a pillar of support and tower of strength to me throughout my career. And I'm grateful to the paramedical staff, all the people. And I feel that contribution of patients in producing competent physician is hardly recognized nor appreciated. I learned many things from them and acquired the requisite competencies thanks to them. Therefore, I wish to record my deep appreciation to them without whom the world would have been without accomplished physicians and surgeons. I am also grateful to my wife Jeevani and daughter Hiruni for being there by my side throughout my life. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to rush through because I knew everybody is very eagerly waiting to go only because we are scheduled. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us through your journey in cardiology. That was truly inspirational. May I now invite Dr. Sandhya Bandara, our Congress Chair, to hand over the token of appreciation to the Congress lecturer. We have now an important event, the ceremonial induction of the new president of PEMSA for 2021-2022. May I now cordially invite the Secretary of PEMSA, Dr. Vasana Kiridana, to introduce the new president.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce the induction of the new president. Having completed a 2-year tenure of vibrant achievements, now it's time to hand over the responsibility of the association to a new president and a committee. The incoming president, Professor Tushara Kudagammana, is a graceful alumnus who has been groomed over the years to take up this prestigious position and steer PEMSA through its journey, serving our alma mater. May I now invite the incumbent president, Professor Vasanti Pinto, to present the President's Medal to Professor Tushara Kudagammana, the President PEMSA 21-22. Congratulations, Professor Tushara Kudagammana. May I now invite you to hand over the past President's Medal to the outgoing President, Professor Vasanti Pinto. With that, may I now invite the new president, Professor Tushara Kudagammana, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, Vasana. The distinguished invitees and ladies and gentlemen, I consider it an honor and privilege to be inducted as the 15th president of PEMSA. I stand in line with 14 eminent presidents who served this organization before me and made PEMSA into what it is today. We are all here because we are alumni of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya, and we love our faculty. Our alma mater has made great leaps forward in improved infrastructure facilities and staff development, thanks to the untiring efforts of many alumni and staff, including the deans of the faculty. The students have utilized these resources and their ever-improving performance bear testimony to that. I must congratulate the outgoing president, Professor Vasanti Pinto, and the committee for the excellent work carried out over the past 2 years under the trying conditions prevailed in the country and the world. I am sure we would have seen an even livelier PEMSA if the conditions had been different, knowing the abilities and the commitment of the enthusiastic president. Replacing such a committee is a Herculean task. I am, however, confident that with the dynamic council that I have, we can do justice to the faith that you all put us by placing us at the helm of PEMSA. While continuing the good work of the past council, we have planned a series of activities for the next two years under 3 themes. They are activities to help graduate a doctor who is humane, confident, who has achieved their fullest potential, and who loves the faculty. Number 2, infrastructure development and activities aimed at establishing PEMSA as a powerful central organization. There are many students who come here under great financial duress. They need our help and continuing support. PeMSA has been assisting these students over the years with the support of our compassionate alumni with scholarships and bursaries, which we will maintain. I'm sure we can count on them in the future too. In addition to acquiring the necessary knowledge and skills, the present-day doctor needs additional help to develop soft skills to function well in the society. PeMSA will initiate a series of activities to impart these soft skills to the graduate. University students need and indeed thrive in a pleasant and relaxing environment. I, along with my committee, will try our best to help the faculty maintain and develop its physical environment to promote learning. A faculty beautification program and the student hub are in our priority list of activities. We will also help the dean and the faculty in maintaining already built student areas in good condition so that new students will be able to utilize all the new areas of the faculty at their best. PeMSA was born in the year 1992 and currently has many international branches including Australasia, UK, USA and Bhutan chapters. The membership has spread all over the country and to many parts of the world. PeMSA will maintain and harness their support with programs that we believe will ultimately be mutually beneficial. Starting from the first batch of medical students who entered these hallowed grounds in 1962, the faculty has produced over 7,000 doctors. Our present membership, however, leaves much to be desired. Hopefully, we can improve that in time to come. Ladies and gentlemen, you can count on us to plan and execute a very promising program for the next 2 years. I need your fullest support to achieve our goals. Together, we will help the faculty and the alumni, both young and not so as young, achieve the highest goals with sense of community and camaraderie reminiscent of our faculty days. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient listening. Long live faculty and PeMSA.
Congratulations, sir. Before the conclusion, let me give you a few announcements. The book titled PeMSA Medical School, Sri Lanka, authored by Professor Chandrika Jayasinghe, which gathers all the proud alumni from 1962 to 2017 into one book. And also the book authored by Professor Channa Ratnatunga, depicting memorable vignettes of a life of a surgeon, are available outside. Now, may I cordially invite Dr. Vasana Kiridana, the Secretary of PeMSA, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this conclusion of this special occasion, the celebration of the 15th International Medical Congress of PeMSA. On behalf of the President and members of the Council of PeMSA, let me extend our most sincere gratitude to Honorable Dr. Ramesh Patirana, Minister of Plantation, for kindly accepting our invitation to grace this occasion as the chief guest. I'm so proud of your presence this evening, not only as our chief guest, but also as my batchmate and good friend. Thank you, Madam Patirana and the son, Master Shalane, for joining us on this glorious occasion. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests of honor, Dr. Asela Gunvardhan, Director General of Health Services, and Professor Channa Jayasumana, State Minister of Production, Supply and Regulation of Pharmaceuticals. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. Dear Professor Kapil Gunvardhan, Secretary to the Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, thank you very much for your presence. You are a tower of strength to us. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Amal Harsha D. Silva, for his Secretary to the State Ministry of Rural Areas of Development and Minor Economic Crop Cultivation, for his presence as a special invitee. It is with great pleasure that I extend the Council's deepest appreciation to our distinguished alumnus, Dr. Vajra Senaratne, consultant interventional cardiologist, for accepting our invitation to be the Congress lecturer at this 15th International Medical Congress of PEMSA and delivering the prestigious Congress lecture. We thank Madam Senaratne for joining us this evening. Our heartfelt thanks and sincere gratitude are extended to Professor Upul B. Di Sanayak, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, the patron of PEMSA, for giving us his valuable time and participating in this memorable occasion. Professor Asiri Abe Gunvardhan, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, we thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and the staunch support extended to us during the past months. The presence of our beloved past teachers and our very special alumni felicitated tonight always casts a warm glow to our gatherings. All of you are so special to us. Thank you all for accepting our invitation to be here with us this evening. Similarly, we have a sense of pride when our own students shine and excel in their academic work. We extend our appreciation to the young alumni who were recognized for their academic excellence today and wish them every success in the future. The Council is immensely thankful and grateful to all our past presidents, past Congress chairpersons, and past Council members whose dedication and guidance have enabled PEMSA to blossom and shine to what it is today. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all the special invitees, the academic staff, and the extended staff of Faculty of Medicine, and all other distinguished guests and alumni who have joined us to celebrate this prestigious occasion today. Now it's my most pleasant task and duty to thank all those who contributed with ideas and dedicated their time in the planning and implementation of hosting a celebration of this caliber within a very short period of time. A challenge, no doubt. Dear committee members, academic and non-academic staff members of the departments, anesthesiology and pediatrics, our efficient and dedicated editors, and our pleasant compere tonight, Dr. Amila Jayasinghe. All of your hard work is profoundly appreciated. I would like to appreciate the support extended by Jaya Vikrama Company in making the souvenirs, the management of Hotel Grand Candian, the audiovisual team led by Mr. Chandima Karunatilaka, and the audiovisual expertise by Dr. Anura Rajapaksha and the team, photographers, the music group, the Netwin printers, and the troupe of Candian dancers, and our maize bearer, Mr. Amar Singha. The sponsors of this event have been magnanimous in their support during these difficult times. It is my duty to thank them sincerely for their dedication to PEMSA. Our gold sponsors are City Hospital Kandy, George Stewart Health, and USV Private Limited. Our silver sponsors, Calby Pharma, Nestle Lanka, Freshness Cabby, Mervinsons, and Medicare. I wish to thank in advance our talented alumni who have lined up this evening to add musical glamour tonight. Finally, I wish to thank everyone else whose names I may not have mentioned individually, but helped in numerous ways. Before I wind up, I would like to thank Professor Chandrika Jayasinghe for donating her books, of which the funds will be diverted to PEMSA to help the needy students. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Please join us for fellowship and dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Even though we usually conclude the program with a performance by our talented medical students, this time we are restricted in number due to the pandemic. So please witness this superlative performance by our students, which will be played on screen now. Well done, now medical students. That was a song written, composed, and sung by our own medical students. This brings us to the conclusion of the inauguration ceremony to celebrate the 15th International Medical Congress of the Peradeniya Medical School Alumni Association. Thank you all very much for your gracious presence here today to celebrate our alma mater, which nurtured us. I now cordially invite you to join us for the fellowship and dinner, which will be served here in few minutes. A musical evening and many more surprises are awaiting. Ladies and gentlemen, now please rise as the procession will now leave the hall. Have a pleasant evening.